A very good morning everyone and welcome to the English Institute of Sport Sheffield for the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023 Grade 2 Level 1 event on the BWF World Circuit. This tournament is being delivered by Badminton England with the generous support from UK Sport, Sheffield City Council, Sheffield City Trust, Yonex and the Badminton World Federation. And of course, events such as this are only possible because of the many incredible volunteers. So our sincere thanks go to each and every one of them who've made this event this week such a success. But for now, enjoy this incredible display of para badminton. Take your seats, the action is underway shortly. This is the Four Nations Para Badminton International Finals Day. Heading on to court number 2 are our technical officials, led by umpire Peggy Gerson of France and Diraj Gumiadri of Mauritius. It's the mixed doubles SL3 SU5 final, featuring India's Pramod Bhagat and Manisha Ramadas, and the number 2 seeds from Indonesia, Hikmat Ramdhani and Liani Ratri Moktila. Heading on to court number 3, led by our technical officials, our umpire from Spain, Amparo Mecca, and service judge from Ireland, Guy Wheeler. It's the mixed doubles SH6 final, featuring the number 1 seeds from Indonesia, Subhan and Rina Malina, and their opponents from England, the number 3 seeds, Jack Sheffield and Rachel Chong. And on to court number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to finals day of the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023 here from Sheffield in the UK. I'm your commentator Lloyd Green, and I have Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games bronze medalist Daniel Chan with me. Daniel, good morning.
Yes, Daniel, and nice to see you everyone here.
Fantastic. So we have our first final this morning, which is men's singles wheelchair 1. Okay, so for wheelchair 1, players have an impairment in both lower limbs and trunk function, requiring the use of a wheelchair. Matches are played on half-court width. And Daniel, we have the top seed, Choi Jung Man, up against Mohamed Iqbal Ramli of Malaysia. What do you expect in the match here today?
Oh, it will be so close today. I'm looking forward for the matches because they both facing very good opponents on the road to the matches, and now today they are both here, and because I have watched their previous match together, it will always you and me and you and me, so now today will be very close, I think.
Yeah. Choi has a 9-2 head-to-head lead over Ramli, and Choi has won the last 4, but they have been tight matches, some of them previously. Choi's had a very good tournament so far. Ramli dropped one of his group matches against Choi's teammate Lee Sam-sok.
Yes.
But now Ramli had a very good quarterfinal and semi-final victories in 3 games.
Yes.
So he might be a little bit more tired than Choi, who's won in straight games. But if they find their top form, it should be a close game.
Yeah, but today I'm quite wonder how Choi is to manage his energy and fitness, because Choi will have 3 finals today. for the men's single, men's double, and also the mixed double. So here will be the first one for the single. So I just wonder, will he save energy for the other two, or he will put 100% in the first match?
And what is that like for the players who are playing the singles, the men's doubles, the mixed doubles, multiple events? How difficult is that to manage throughout a day of finals where you're playing three, knowing that your opponent only has one final? How is that difficult?
I've tried it before for 3 finals for a day. It's really difficult to manage your fitness because from match to match that you will only got like 60 minutes on at most 90 minutes because the schedule will be set up like 1, 3, 5 matches, then will be your matches. So but when you are on court, you forget everything. You just put 100% on that matches, and after that you recover and then think about the second one. So let's see if Choi can manage his mind and forget the coming up matches and then put 100% for Remy.
Okay, well, we're about to go here for the first final. Choi will be serving first.
Okay.
Choi is currently leading the race to Paris rankings.
Yes.
Just a reminder to all our audience and viewers that we're about halfway through the qualifying period for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The end of qualifying is 31st March 2024. We're about halfway through, as I said, so these are all very important, and this is a level 1.
Yes.
And the highest level of amount of points.
Yes.
So very important for all the players.
Indeed. We are so put it as a matter for level 1 because there are only 4 level 1 included the Continental Championship and then the World Champion. So that top 5 meaning a lot, and we were getting a lot of ranking point through that. So I can see Choi is now leading the single and also leading the double. So actually he's quite guaranteed for the road to Paris. But this one is very important for Remy because he's now at the 4th, and if he can be the top 3 in the list, then he will be very guaranteed.
Yeah, and both these players missed out on Tokyo 2020. They didn't qualify.
Yeah, it's because Choi has been here for like 10 years and he's always good. But he's not qualifying, but he just missed the Tokyo because 2 other Korean is better.
Yes.
So it's internal matters. So I know that he's quite disappointed. But this year he ran good. So I expect to see him and having a good performance in Paris.
This is his time to shine. We've got a good rally on now. Choi leads 4-0.
Yeah, a good start. For WH1 matches, players need to be very patient because as they're functional and disability, they can't doing like super smash or super chop like WH2 or like standing players. So even though you see that is a chance, but actually it's not a full chance. So they need to be very patient for every shuttle. So you can always see the games like 60 minutes, 70 minutes. That's the reason. Every shuttle is long ready.
So Ramley's now on the board with that previous rally.
It's in.
It's in, and this first game is very important. The 2 times that Ramley has won, he started strongly and got the advantage. So he'd be looking to do that. 3 matches ago when they played, he did win the first game, 21-14, but then Choi overpowered. But when they played 2 months ago in Thailand, Choi won the first 21-4, and it was really hard for Ramley to come back. So this first game is very important. Now scores 4-3. So after a strong start from Choi, 4-0, Ramley's fought back to 4-3.
Come back a little bit. Yeah. Choi is a very powerful player, and comparatively, Remy is more technical because you may see Choi is taller and stronger, and Remy is a little bit smaller. So Remy need to cover the disadvantage. He needs to be moved very fast and very skillful, and he did it very well.
You talk about that Remy needs to be more tactical to beat Choi. What are the kinds of tactics that he will be looking to use today?
First of all, no mistake at all. He can't make any mistake and prepare for really long rally. The second one, I think he cannot put the shuttle too flat because Choi is taller than him, so it's easy for Choi to block the shuttle if Remy put it too flat. So Remy should put it higher. The shuttle should be higher. Now another in.
And we've noticed Remy, you say about the mistakes, he has hit the net a few times already, so that he has to stop that now.
We may have a look of Remy's play. He's now trying to put every shuttle in the corner and try to make Choi suffering, but because of some of the mistake, just like this one, so he's now a little bit behind, 4-9. Sometimes when we are losing our focus or direction on the court because maybe some mistake or too stressed, we are trying to put the shuttle into the middle because it can avoid for some unforced error. So I think now Remy need to do that because at the first half set, he get all the points in the corner and at the same time he make all the mistake on the corners.
Yeah.
Another mistake?
Yeah. One thing our audience might notice. So now we're seeing the movement of the players back and forth.
Yeah.
Daniel just explained the power involved of the players to get to the front and to the back as the rally progresses and how much energy that takes.
Some of the audience may think that we are using one hand for the racket and one hand for the wheelchair, but actually it's not. We need to use our finger to grip the racket and then we use both hands for both arms for the wheelchair and to move. So actually it's quite demanding for your fitness and also coordinations. So we need to be very fit for the upper body because we cannot run by our feet. So we need to train our arm, hand and the gripping skill. Secondly, we need to be very fit for our upper body and trunk. So for one matches, 60 minutes, 70 minutes, it demands us very, very big amount of fitness for pushing the wheelchair onward and forward and backward.
Okay, so we're at the interval. Choi's leading 11-5. He's with his coaches now. What would the coaches be sharing with the players now at the interval? Obviously, Choi's made a good start.
Well, for Choi, I think the coaches would just convince him to go out ahead and just beware of the misjudging, because for the 5 point, I think Choi have just misjudged for 4 times. So if they take all the misjudging, then the gap will be a little bit better even. But for Remy, I think the coaches is just telling him to play more safe and be more patient, because I can see Remy want to win the matches so much and he tried to take so many risks. But in that level, you can't take that a lot of risk.
So it's quite a high pressure situation for Remy where almost everything needs to be perfect.
Yeah. But as you may see, we are playing half court for wheelchair, so it's not as big as standing badminton. So even though you put it in the corner, it's not killing us directly. So if you're taking every shuttle to the corner and taking risk, then it is very risky for you to lose all the points easily.
Now Choi's considerably older than Ramley. Choi's been around for a long time, and he's a lot older than Ramley. Ramley's younger. Does that experience and does that have an effect?
Yes, true. And the point that Korean always dominate the wheelchair game is they know how to match. Actually, they have a good team, full-time training, and so many wheelchair players. What I heard is over 100 wheelchair players in Korea locally. So they have a lot of good stuff. But the things that's why they dominate the game, because they know how to what they are going to do during the game. We can be very fit, we can be very technical, we can be very aggressive, but they know what they need to do inside the court. So that's why they always dominate the game. They're so kind, not hot-head, and always doing the right things.
Ramley's on a bit of a roll here. He's won 4 straight points. Now he's getting into the match.
Yeah. I think he's climbed down a little bit. Yeah, not like the beginning. I just want to win. I just want to win.
We talk about the strength and the use of the chair. What about the racket skills? What are we looking for in the racket skills of the players?
Actually, it's quite different. Before my accident, I played badminton, so I know some of the skill. But after I sit onto my wheelchair and then try to move my racket, it's a total different movement, because you cannot transfer the power from your leg to your wrist to your racket. You can only use your upper body, so it's quite different.
So 13-11 now. Ramley's had a few been able to win the exchange of the net and get a ability to kill.
He want to kill the opponents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what he's trying to do, force back in the rally and get a shot where he can move forward and end the rally.
Yeah, and you can see up to now, Choi is the one defense more, and Ramley is the one offense more. So now Choi just reminding himself not to make mistake, and then Ramley will do the mistake. So audience may realize that actually the area before the service line is not counted in our game, because wheelchair we need a smaller court. So actually our area is just half court, but without the area before the service line.
So that area around the net is the dead zone.
Yes. So we haven't got that much network on our game. Oh, good shot for Choi.
Yes, just past the line. Very nice there. And Choi's out to 15-12 lead.
Yeah. And then the other reason for Choi is that good is because he is a left-hander. It's quite rare in wheelchair badminton, especially for high level. So when we have a sparring partner, we always got right-handers, and now suddenly a left-handers coming up. So he always give us strange racket because he's opposite side.
And what can Ramley do to try and combat the advantage that Choi might have as a left-hander?
He need to be remembered for every shuttle, because we play against right-handers all the time. So all the routine, all the tactic for the right-handers. So you need to remind yourself everything is opposite. If you want to play to his backhand side, you need to be reverse another side. So you need to remind yourself.
So 16-13, this is a close first game.
This field point is very important. No, good
very
smash.
good there.
Good smash.
So just talk about Ramley's the technique and the tactics. He seems quite quick with the racket and good skills with his wrist.
It is. I think everyone's saying that he's quite small, but he can generate that much power is because the speed of the swing is very fast, and that's why he can generate the power from the speed. If you look at Choi, he get a slow swing, but he's powerful, so he get that power. But for Ramley, he swing very fast, so he can generate that power and speed for the shuttle. Okay, and the smash now is 16-all.
He's finding his rhythm now and a bit of confidence.
Yes.
So as I mentioned, Ramley's had a difficult quarter-final and a semi-final where he played 3 games.
Yes.
But maybe that's a good thing. He gets that strength and he's ready for the final. Choi's had a few more easier matches in the quarters and semis. So are those 3 game matches maybe an advantage to Ramley, seeing that he doesn't have the same schedule as Choi playing mixed doubles and men's doubles?
Another important thing is Ramley is gaining confidence day by day, especially for the quarterfinal. Hiroshi is the second seed of the game of the tournament, so Ramley beat him toughly in 3 games, and the last game is every game is just 2 points away. So after this, I think Ramley is super happy, especially he's losing to Lee Sam-suk in the group game. So I think he got a big surprise because last time in Thailand he win quite easily. So after the great win between Hiroshi, so he gaining so much confidence. So today we can see he's good.
Okay. Choi's 19-16. Oh, he had the chance there, Ramley.
Yeah, it's
got
a very important one.
Game points for Choi now to take the first game. Match length 16 minutes so far they've been on court.
Yep.
And that's it.
Okay.
The first game to Choi, 21-16. He'll be happy with that after being challenged by Ramley.
Yeah, and he will also be happy because the game length is not super long, and especially thinking about the coming 2 matches, 2 finals. So Choi, I think the second set Choi will start a little bit more aggressive to finish it as soon as he can. So we talk about the venue, and for this tournament, for the England 4 Nations, it's a good venue. I think it's a good demonstration for level 1. It's a good atmosphere, good location, and also good venue. Yeah,
well, so our audience at home, you can also change over to our other live stream, which is the standing court, Court 3. Where we currently have the short stature SH6 mixed doubles final, and Indonesia, I can see Daniel has won the first game there, 21-19 over the English pair, but we've got lots of action happening on finals day. 19 finals in total. We have 7 finals on wheelchair for our audience, and we'll be with you all day, so plenty of action, so please stay with us.
So the second set is going to start.
So these are the first few points, very important for Ramley. I feel that if Choi gets the lead, he'll that'll be more or less the match. It'll be hard for Ramley to come back. Ramley will need to build that advantage, 5 points, 6 points, and then try and hold on to that, because then maybe Choi might Choi really doesn't want to go to a third game here.
Indeed. I think the first set, the Remy is a little bit too aggressive in the first few points. He just want to win, so he had a big behind, and then in the second half of the first set, he come back. So if he can be not that aggressive and then just be patient, then I think he get a chance.
Now, just looking ahead, Daniel, for the players, as we mentioned, this is the last level 1 of the year, of the qualification period. There we have continentals coming up, so Asian Games, European Games,
Yes.
and then World Championships early next year and in Thailand, and we're all looking forward to that. So already we're getting to the business end of the qualifying, and
Yes.
oh, tight call there, was called in. Troy's out to a 3-1 lead.
Yes.
Ramley left that one thinking it was going to go out, but it's called in.
So talking with the qualification, actually now some of the players are guaranteed to go Paris because we already 60% of the qualification are gone. So now only, as what you said, only 2 more major games coming. One is the Continental Championship, that means European Game and Asian Para Games for European and Asian.
And they have the same points as our level 1.
Because it's level 1.
Yeah.
So, and then the World Championship early in February next year in Thailand. So after day by day, and then more and more players getting enough points. And I'm quite sure the 2 players that audience are watching on court will be in Paris, and they has already booked their ticket to Paris already.
So 6-1 now, Troy.
Yeah.
Again, Ramley's just missing. He's not quite executing. He's going for such small margins to be able to try and get the advantage over Troy. Nice shot there from Troy.
That's another thing Korean is so good. After the interval or after game by game, we will have like 90-second, 120-second break off the court. So we will lose our focus during the break because we just out. And then they come back very fast and focus very fast. So you can see Remy very focusing at the last of the first game, and then for 120-second break and then come back. Now he's not focusing, and Choi is keeping his concentration very well. That is the difference. When you wake up on the game already 1-8, you are far behind.
I guess momentum is very important, and it's hard once you lose that momentum. It's hard to get back.
Yes, indeed.
And what is that about Choi and the other Korean players? Just their discipline, maturity, their mental strength that makes them come out at the beginning of each game or after each interval?
Well, I think the lifestyle is one of the things that they keep keeping themselves in high quality and high level. Because I was training with the Korean team for so many times in the last decade, and they are amazingly, they keep themselves sleeping at 10 or before 10:30 every night, and then they wake up at 6 and they will cook themselves breakfast and prepare for the first training for the day, every day doing the same. I am quite wonder how many athletes can keep themselves to sleep before 12 every night, but they do it every night. So they keep themselves, maybe you can say like my opponent Kim Jun-jun, Choi or Lee Sam-suk, they're actually quite old in age, but they can still keep their body very fit, and that's the reason they're very disciplined.
And for our fans and viewers who are new to wheelchair, the Koreans are regarded as probably the best over such a long period of time of wheelchair. They've almost invented that dominance with Kim Jung, Lee Sam-sop, Lee
Yes.
Dong-sop, and now Choi taking over. They seem to be producing these fantastic wheelchair
Yes.
players, and with such amazing discipline to have very long careers.
Yes. I'm quite amazed that they treat wheelchair badminton as a culture of their sport nationally, because like other places they will have one good player, two good player. Just like in my city, I'm the only one, but as what I say, they have like 100 in their country, and everyone they like playing badminton in wheelchair. So actually it's quite a strange thing.
Okay, but now at the second interval, and Choi's powering ahead here, 11-4. He's looking good to get off court quickly and then back inside to prepare for his men's doubles.
Yeah. So we can see the game length is just 24 minutes. It's very fast. Actually, it's very fast. So if I'm the coach of Remy, I would just like Remy to slow down the game, because we can see Remy is very aggressive, but putting so many mistakes. He needs to stabilize his heart, and also he to stabilize the condition on court.
Daniel, can you explain? So obviously Remy needs to stretch out the length of the points and the length of the rallies, make it longer. But how difficult is that in playing this the half court and with the small space? How hard is it to make the rallies long? It's not so simple as to just, if the coach was to say, Remy, make the rallies longer, it's not so simple.
So it depends on the sense of the players. Some of the players have very good sense, so if they use the same power, it's too long, then they can change from length to the height, and they put it higher to protect himself more. When you have good feeling, then you put back to the line. But for my feeling, for this game, Remy hasn't got good feeling, but he still demand himself to put every shuttle to the corner and to the line, and that's why he get a lot of out.
Good rally here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just missed it again, out.
Yeah, he just want to win too much, so he pushed a lot, so he put it longer.
You can see he's getting a bit frustrated as well.
So now Choi is just doing defense and waiting for your mistake. And he's not doing attack any, or like 20-80, 30-80, he do a drop. He's just doing play safe and waiting for your mistake.
Now, Daniel, you could probably speak for this experience as well, but a lot of these players play each other many times, a lot of regularly, so they know each opponent very well.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to try and change different tactics, different game plans where it's just not working if you have lost many matches in a row against an opponent?
Yeah.
How difficult it is to try and come up with a new tactic, knowing that your opponent, once if a new tactic does work, your opponent will then change. So how difficult is it to try and Ranley's got a 2-9 losing record against Choi. How difficult is it for him to try and change things up?
In my experience, actually it's quite difficult to change your game plan or game tactic during the qualify, because for every month we are going to different tournaments. So actually we use all our time to maintain our condition, our fitness condition, fly back, and then we train again, the volume up and down. So we always changing our technique or changing our game plan during off season, like November, December, or January, and then our season normally we start in February and then until November. So we will do the changing during the winter time, and then we will try to apply it, adopt it during the first 2-3 tournaments and see what is going, and then we do fine tune. So in the middle, like today, in the middle of the qualification, in the middle of the years, we seldomly do big changes of our styles.
Great end to that point there by Choi. He's just coming up with all the answers. But yeah, that's a very good point, Dan, about it's difficult to change playing styles halfway through a season, given that all the travel and all the training. So it makes it hard to with the confidence levels if you keep losing to the same person throughout a season. I guess it's not that you can only work on the small things rather than big, larger changes.
Just fine tune. Yeah. So it's very, very important for us to do the planning. What tournament we are going, how to drill our condition during the qualification. You can't manage every tournament, but you need to choose the tournament wisely, which one you are going, and you need to have a break for you at home and training in volume before the big games.
So 17-6.
Yeah. If you look at the semi-final and quarter-final, you don't expect the gap is like that big for the final. So and out. So Remini come back a little bit, 8-17. So Lloyd, what is your first feeling when you're looking into power badminton, especially wheelchair badminton?
Yeah, well, it's the skill and the power that the players have is just amazing, and for the badminton fans at home who are maybe watching our other streams right now, the Australian Open, I think there's a strong appreciation for the players here with, as you were explaining earlier, with the racket and moving the wheelchair in one. It's not one hand, it's two hands, and holding the racket with two fingers or one finger. Just I guess the multitasking that is involved, that's something that's amazing. And then for them to still have the technical skills, whether it's a power shot overhead and the reach and the use of the chair, I think that's just something that we'd love to educate more about the badminton to our badminton fans about the skill level and ability of our wheelchair athletes.
You know, in Hong Kong, we are describing wheelchair badminton is not only a sport, because sometimes when I play outside or I'm doing a demonstration, it's more like a showcase instead of a sport, because people are never thinking about how to combine wheelchair and badminton together.
Match point now for Choi. Okay, he's extended a rally. Nice end to that rally. 2012. Choi looking to wrap it up.
This is the Four Nations Para Badminton International. Please welcome technical officials by Classic of Scotland, Service Jones, Maria, Neves from Spain, heading on to
out there. Okay, so Choi gets the victory. So Troy now with his third title of 2023. He won the Spanish Para Badminton International at the beginning of the year, and then he claimed the Brazil Para Badminton International, and now he's taken out the Four Nations. He was runner-up 3 tournaments in a row, Thailand, Bahrain and Canada, and so he'd be happy to get on top of the podium.
Good year for Choi.
And of course, he is the reigning world champion, Choi, from the World Championships last year.
Yeah. So we just like to know if this year will be the Choi year. Yeah, if he keep on the good working in the Asian Para game and also dominate the World Champion game, then it will be his years.
And I'm sure he'll want to make it his year next year as well at the Paralympics.
Yes, of course.
So that concludes the men's singles wheelchair 1. Next we have the men's singles wheelchair 2, which, Daniel, that's your class. We got an amazing lineup coming up, where we got Daiki Kajiwara against Kim Jung-jung. Daiki's the reigning gold medalist from Paralympics.
Yes.
And he's also the world champion.
Yeah, and after the Paralympic, he hasn't been beaten for these 2 years. Yeah, so he started his ages strongly after Paralympics.
And Daiki, just remind everyone, is still quite young, so he's got many years. 21?
21 years old.
He's got many years ahead of him, whereas JJ, who's Kim Jung-jun, who is affectionately known as JJ for everyone at home, he's sort of a legend of the sport and also had a very long winning streak. And I think you were the first one to beat him.
Yeah. It is a battle between the old king and the new king. Yeah, because Jun has come up by 2012 and they never been beaten until 2018. And then now Daiki come up 2018 and then he never been beaten, started 2021 until today. So it will be a battle between the old king and the new king.
And Dan, yesterday you had your semi-final against Daiki. 21-5, 21-16. You showed some fight in that last game, but just explain to everyone how difficult it is to play Daiki and how amazing he is right now in his form.
I think Daiki is one of the he is the most speedy players on the court. He's fastest on the court for our classes. So when you're playing against Daiki, you need to be slow down the game. So I tried to slow down, but he started up with the game with really precise shot and really good attack. So I lost in the first one, and in the second one, I tried to be speed up and to attack him, and then I make it close again, but just not enough. So we are all finding a way to play against him for every players in our classes.
Okay, so this is wheelchair 2, men's singles final, wheelchair 2. Yep. Players could have impairment in one or both lower limbs and minimal or no impairment to trunk function, but still require the use of a chair. And again, the matches are played on half court width. Dan, for everyone at home, can you just explain, following that, a little bit of the difference between wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2? We've just seen the wheelchair 1 final.
Yeah.
What would be looking to see a little bit different amongst these levels of player here?
The main difference between class 1 and class 2 is for class 2 we have better trunk function and trunk power from our body, and that means we can move faster and you can rely on our trunk more. So we are more powerful because we can stable our body. So you can see some more amazing posture during the game that we are lined on our wheelchair for 180 degrees and then to hit the shuttle. So that is the main difference. So we demand ourselves more.
All right, so we're about to get this final under the way. First point now, Daiki with the serve. What does JJ need to do to get the advantage early?
Actually, they are quite similar players. They are two very speedy players compared with me because I'm strong. I'm doing attack, but they both using speed to put opponents in trouble. So Junjun need to be very, very stable, not making mistake. At the same time, he need to be at the same speed of Daiki. And one of the weapons for Daiki is he got very fast from the middle to the front. So this ability is not normal, and not everyone as fast as he can.
Into the net there, so Kim Jung-jun on the board, 2-1.
Yeah.
Dan, can you explain, for everyone looking right now, the boys are very powerful, very strong. JJ's got some guns on him as well. What kind of training do you guys do? Obviously got wheelchair training, but there must be a lot of gym work and strength training.
As what I know, Japan, Korea, and me, Hong Kong, we are all as a full-time athlete. That means we have full-time training, 30 hours per week. So actually we have quite fruitful planning every week. Not only on court, we will do like on court session every day, like 3-4 hours a day. So from Monday to Saturday, and then we need to gym section to make sure we avoid injury, and also we strengthen our muscle. At the same time, we will do track training. We need to run together with our wheelchair. So we need to do track training. So actually quite fruitful. And for some of the players like myself, I do swimming also to make sure I have a cross training to balance myself. So quite demanding.
JJ seems to be under a lot of pressure. He's playing a lot of. Well, that was a very nice shot there, and had a little bit more control of the rally. But seems like he's a lot of defence to try and keep in the rally.
And the shot you just see is the favorite shot from Junjun. He's one of the players who chop most, and then he do good chop for the technique.
So
nearly signature skill for him.
Can you explain to everyone that chop stroke? How difficult is it? And obviously that's Junjun has mastered it, but how difficult is that?
It's quite difficult because when we are doing our shuttle, we are hitting our shuttle, our wheelchair is moving. So chopping technique actually quite demanding because you just touch your shuttle very slightly and very quick. So if your wheelchair is not stable, actually it's quite hard for you to do a very precise chop. But Junjun managed it very good every time. Very precise. So
we're just seeing that last rally here. Amazing use of the chair, and although Junjun lost the point, he was having to rotate himself and arc around.
Yeah. So that's the difference I'm seeing between class 1 and class 2. For class 2, we can demand ourselves to move our trunk like this way without our hands, sometimes even. But for class 1, they need to use their hand because they have no power from the trunk at all. So they can't do that movement.
So we're now looking at the Race to Paris rankings. Daiki's number 1. Yourself, you're in second place,
yes.
Dan, and then Junjun is third. So that obviously eases the pressure on the you three. You're pretty solid for Paris.
Yes. And I think both of them will qualify into Paris through doubles because they have very good and strong performance in doubles. So they will both do a good battle in single and also doubles.
So 6-5 now to Daiki. Plays that into the net.
I think Junjun is doing so good to do long volley at the same time putting pressure to Daiki. Not only defending, doing very stable volley at the same time keep attacking. And then when he give pressure to Daki will make mistake like this one.
Oh, so Junjun in the lead for the first time now, 7-6. Seems like Junjun's done his homework now against Daiki. Let's see what Daiki has, and gets it back straight away, 7-all. So after Daiki's win at the Paralympics, he's also got a lot of support from back home, and is quite well known in Japan after his performance at the home Paralympics.
Yeah. Yes. Good smash.
Fantastic smash there down the line. We could be in for a long one here, Dan.
Yeah. I think after the Paralympic, Junjun never getting one set from Kajurana, and I looking forward today if Junjun can make it to 3 set or making a DQ breakthrough that winning the game also. Have a good start.
Oh, there's another great rally, and
yes,
JJ was working that to his advantage. He just couldn't quite finish that off, playing into the net.
Yeah. Although it's a mistake, but I think Junjun played in the right way. You can see they moving the chair like their body. So actually they are two masters of moving chair.
And you would say that's their advantage over their opponents, is their mastery of the movement of the chair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, it's quite funny that before me and Daki coming up and started beating the Korean, everyone saying that double amputee should be the most advantage disability on wheelchair, because they can just stand on the wheelchair and just dancing on the wheelchair. But now, because me and Kajurana come up, so people saying, oh, having one leg should be the most advantage disability on chair, because we can rely on the leg and then to have some power from the leg.
And up there, 10-all, very, very tight opening here.
Yeah.
So you talk about those different opinions about who should be better and stronger. How has the coaching changed over the years, and the development of the players at a high performance level? How's the coaching changed, and how all players have got so much better with the use of the chair and the speed?
First of all, the coaches need to understand the disability of the player, because different disability, they need different program. You can use one program for all athletes because they have different injuries, a different part of area going wrong. So they need to understand, and at the same time they need to be patient, because many of the coaches for para badminton is not disabled. So able coaches coaching disabled, they need to train them. They need to understand, at the same time they need to convince them, because they're using their very limited body to doing unlimited thing on the court. So they need to have a relationship together, to trust each other. That is the most difficult part compared with the physical training.
Great explanation there, Dan. So Junjun is up 11-10 just after the interval as we return. And we just below us, we've got Team Japan and Team Korea looking on intently and cheering on their players.
Yes.
So both Korea and Team Japan, they have a lot of players. So that obviously helps as well with the sparring and training, and they got the support, they got physios, and so both these players have a good system around them.
Indeed. And you know, one of the hardest things to play against the Japanese and the Korean is the atmosphere. Every time when you play against them, the audience, the players are shouting so loud. So when you're facing them, you just got the feeling that you're one player and playing against 10 players because they're too loud and the atmosphere just, you know, for a small city like Hong Kong, we just like have few players here and then they have like 30, 40 players here.
Maybe that's your trick. You need to hire some support people for each tournament just to make some noise.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, great smash there by JJ. Back to 12 all. These rallies are very intense, and the pressure seems to be building. Maybe it might be who breaks first, or it could be a case of going tight all the way. I think key, as you said, that one's in. Bit of momentum now. The key will be if JJ can win this first game, which he hasn't done since the Paralympics. He hasn't been able to take a set off Daiki, so that would be the first. That'll be the first hurdle.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, 13-12.
From the long year of tournament, in Korean, especially Junjun, I know him very well. He is quite good at drilling himself in the right time. For example, for some of the level 2 tournament, he know that it's not that important. He can be not 100% fit. He allow himself not 100% fit. But in the tournament very important like level 1, Asia Paralympic coming, or the World Championship last year and the coming next year, he will be fit. So he won't, just like plastic band, he won't let himself to be so tight for the whole year. Sometimes he will lose a little bit, but he know when he needs to be tight.
What are the kinds of injuries that the wheelchair 2 and or good reach there, but unfortunately just wide? What are some of the injuries that the wheelchair players have to manage during a season? Not the ones that obviously keep you sidelined, but the smaller injuries.
I think every of us got problem of our album, whatever golf album and tennis album, because we use mainly of our technique and movement through our arms. And then some of them got problem with shoulder, because when we're moving our chair and breaking our chair, we use a lot of our shoulder. And the most of all, we got the problem of our back, because we, as the audience may see, we lie down on the chair like 1,000 times for one game, for one day. So day by day, week by week, then we will accumulate so many pressure to our back. So especially for the lower back, we will get a lot of pressure, we'll get a lot of damage. So most of us got problems in this area.
And so for both guys who will have doubles also, how important then is the recovery period? The physio, and today's the final, then got a long flight tomorrow back to home country. How important is the recovery and the rehab and the physio to make sure that those little niggles are managed correctly?
I think we need to be very disciplined. For every game, we need to do enough warm-up, and then after the game, we need to do cool down. And we need to be listen to our physio after every matches. Even though we are winning, we are celebrating, we need to do the recovery. Even though you are getting the champion, because after you getting the medals, you have a long flight. So if you just keep celebrating and forget about your body will complain after you go back home. So we need to be very, very disciplined. Otherwise, you will suffer from that.
Daiki now, 17-15.
Yeah. It was the closest set in the last year between Junjun and Daikirara.
Junjun's really doing his best to move Daiki around into the backcourt.
Yeah.
Another fantastic rally here.
He missed it. A good rally. He missed it. A very important point. If he wins one, then it will be 17-all. But now 2 points after.
And we're getting to the business end of this first game.
We can see that in the first game, Junjun is like 100 speed playing against Daiki. So we can have a look in the second set if he needs to slow down or he can still very fit and then he can keep the same speed.
18-17, yeah. So we look at the head-to-head. It's currently 5-6 in favour of Junjun, but Daiki has won, as you say, the last 5.
Yes.
And all of them in straight games. And in each of those first games, in the first game, it's always 21-11, 21-12, 21-12, 21-14. So this is the closest JJ has got to him for a while.
And you can see Katurana is now having 5 and Junjun having 6 and the line divided is the Paralympic. Before Paralympic, Junjun win all, and after Paralympic, Katurana win all. Okay, the first game done is 21-17. Daiki get the first set. Between the games, after Junjun losing the game, I can still see Junjun is smiling. So
he's pretty happy with that performance and how he's pushed Daiki.
And I think he can come back quite stronger. And for the first set, the length is 90 minutes. Although the point is quite close, but you can see the speed is really high. So. Let's see if Junjun can keep the same speed in the second set, then it will be close again.
Is there anything is it a case of him just doing more of what he has been doing and just trying to find those lines a little bit more, or does he need to maybe have a different approach?
Yeah, actually, he played very well and played in right way, and the only thing is when he get a really chance, he don't demand that much. Because we can see in the 17-all or in the 16-all, he gets some very good chance. He put it on the left or put it out. So for the really chance, he can be a little bit not risky.
I guess it's just that balance between going for his shots and not making mistakes and lowering the unforced errors.
Yeah.
Okay, we're about to start game 2. Daiki with the serve. Let's see if he starts very strong there with a powerful smash. that one's out.
Yeah.
So Dan, obviously the community and amongst the wheelchair 2 and wheelchair 1, they going back 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, the number of players were a lot smaller. Now we're getting more players from more countries. The community's growing and everyone's quite supportive of each other. And so do you guys exchange tips or help each other as well when you're tournament time and trying to, or some of the players who are maybe not in the higher rankings, trying to share some tips and help everyone improve?
We're doing a lot, but for me, for my experience, after Paralympic being an official event, it comes last.
Everyone's a bit more serious.
Yeah, keeping the secret. Just like before Paralympic being an official event, I go quite often to Korea for training, but after that, I still going, but not that much, because everyone want to keep the secret and want to keep the advantage. But still, we will share some of our experience to the youngest or to the newcomers, because it's not quite often we get new blood. It's quite difficult we find new blood. So if some new players coming, as we don't want our event to be dying, so we will share our strategy and want him or want her to fall in love with para badminton, especially wheelchair badminton. So we will still do sharing.
And what can we do as a sport to get more players involved?
Yeah.
How do we grow what's the exposure? I guess today we're live streaming, we've got cameras, so we're showcasing the sport.
Yeah.
And we're looking to try and do more of this, but do you have any messages to anyone maybe thinking about picking up wheelchair sport, and what's the benefits of wheelchair badminton?
Well, first of all, para badminton, wheelchair badminton is a sport that you will never feel regret. Just falling in love with the wheelchair badminton, para badminton, you will never feel regretted. And we have big family here, as what I say. We will share, we're together. Although you can see we are showing, we are sometimes we are fighting together on court, but off court we are a family, just like a family. We have so many communicate, we are so close with each other, we are friends with each other. So joining us, and then if you have a doubt for other people who intend or interest into power sport, then please do not do any doubt. Step out the first one, and then you will fall in love with it.
Fantastic. And the noise is increasing here in the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. As we mentioned, all of Team Korea lined up in front of us, and then Team Japan as well. And then on the next court, on the standing, we got home hero Dan Bethel in the taking on Pramod Bhagat in the SL3. So you'll hear some loud cheering for sure. Daiki 5-4 in the second game. Still close as well. Junjun's doing his best. Oh.
You can see Daiki have destroyed Junjun with a flat gear and then follow up with a smash.
And is that Daiki's go-to, the flat clear and followed by the smash? How's that hard to defend for
it's
JJ?
It's hard to defend if he's that speedy, because actually not much players can using that, because when you're doing a flat smash, a flat clear, and then your opponent may return another flat clear or a quick drop to you. So you need to be very confident to your speed. You can cover, so you can use that technique. But obviously, Kajurara get enough confidence for his speed. He knows.
So 6-all now.
Yes.
And again, like in the first game, Junjun gets ahead. He gets the lead, 7-6.
Yeah.
So what do you think is going through Junjun's mind right now? He sensed another opening, 8-6 up. What's he thinking? What's he trying to achieve right now?
Junjun is the kind of player that when he knows what he's going to do, he's never be distracted. So now you can see he's keep giving pressure to Daki, because we know that if we give Daki in very comfortable zone, and then he can play gorgeous. So now Junjun keep giving pressure, attacking Kajiwara, and see what happens.
Okay, so he's opened up a bit of a gap now, 10-6. You can sense his grown confidence now.
Yes.
Oh, an unforced error there.
Yeah, but you can see Kajiwara have been affected for the drop, but unluckily is onto the left. So leading, 4-point leading in the interval.
Yes, 11-7.
From the facial expression, we can see Junjun is very happy and satisfied with his performance.
And the crowd seem to be as well.
Yeah. So we start the second half.
Yep. Shuttles in with JJ. Let's see if he can take advantage here and keep the momentum going.
Yeah.
So JJ really now getting the momentum, 14-7.
Yes.
Looks like if he keeps this going, we'll go to that third game. There's positive signs for him here.
Yeah. So looking forward what Kajiwara's react.
So you've been watching all throughout the week how the guys have been playing. Was there anything that you noticed about Junjun in the earlier rounds and the knockouts that maybe thought he might bring this kind of performance today?
Not really, because as what I said, Junjun know when he need to be fight, when he need to be relaxed. So in the first few rounds, when he think he should be fine, he will be very relaxing. So you can never see how deep it is. Sometimes he just hide himself So sometimes you can see the pond is quite tight between he and other players, but actually he's just not 100% yet.
So it's a matter of flicking the switch on to ultra mode for the final.
Yeah.
Put all the pressure on. Oh, Daiki into the net there. There's a golden opportunity.
Yes.
Just missed out. 15-10. He didn't miss that one.
Yes.
It's in.
Very precise.
Yeah.
Precise.
And what's the conditions in the hall playing like this week? With any effect on the shuttle? Is there any drift that players are experiencing, or the hall's playing quite fair and even this week?
Well, as what I say, EIS is a place that perfect is a good showcase for a demo. I don't think there's any drift, and the shuttle is good and the floor is good. And as I know, the floor is very expensive and built up for All England, and then after the All England they bring it here and they build it here. So it's all good. It's just all good.
Yeah, the feedback from all the players for the standing and the wheelchair very impressive
positive.
With the setup this week.
Yes.
And
the most amazing is the training court, the practice court is just next 1 minute walk to the main venue, and the condition is just the same. So it's just easy for us to get used with the practice court and then come to the matching court.
Jun there with a
17-13.
very nice shot.
Yeah.
He was just reaching for that one.
Yeah.
Jun couldn't quite get it. It's a lovely angle that we've got, the net angle.
Yeah.
And really seeing the stress that Jun has to go into to get that.
Yeah. And you can see how low he reached during his sitting on the wheelchair.
And that's something that we don't get to see from the main angle usually. Again, brilliant. He's having a lot of success with that shot, with that cut. (18-14). Now the points are quite quick, coming quick. So in this situation, will Daiki?
Well, actually, it's now in Junjun's time, because when you urging yourself, Junjun is so kind and doing what he needs to do. So if you are not getting out from the loop, you will lose in point very quick.
Mm. Oh, it's got one there. 19-15.
Kajura speed up. Again, a very good net shot.
So is it just a matter of Kajiwara just picking up the pace to change the momentum? Is that what he's... That's what, 3 straight points in a row, 4 straight points in a row? Is it just a matter of picking the speed up?
Yeah. I think he can allow himself to speed up for the whole set. In our ages, me or Junjun, we need to choose a period that we speed up and then we slow down a bit to save energy. But Kajiwara can keep speed up all the times.
That's the benefit of being 21 years old.
Yeah, of course, we missed the time.
Well, back close now, 19-18. Just trying to go back to a little bit longer rallies now.
Yes.
Trying to draw it out. Stop that momentum.
Oh. 19-0.
Great comeback from Daiki.
Yeah. It's 5 straight points from 14-19 to 19-0.
Okay. Game point now.
Yeah.
First time in 2-3 years that he's got a game point.
Yes, true. And we can hear the Korean supporters shouting loudly now.
And he's done it.
Oh.
We're going to a third game. All right, we're in for we're going to the end, hey?
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. So we're going to the third game. 1 game all. Junjun wins that one 21-19. First game to Daiki 21-17, so very close both games.
Yeah.
What would the Japanese coach be saying to Daiki right now?
I think the coach now is calm down Daiki. I don't think there's any problem of the fitness, as maybe Junjun have some problem of the fitness because high speed for like 40 minutes. But now Daiki just need to reduce the mistake and to be calm down again.
So what's your prediction?
Emotionally I want Junjun to win, the old king to win, but rationally I believe that the Japanese will take the game.
Very interesting. So Dan, what's next on the horizon for you? You go home after this?
Yeah.
Straight back into training?
Yes, but not long. Go back home for training for 10 days, and me and my coach will go to the Copenhagen for the coaching forums. We're showing all other coaches from all over the world what is para badminton and what is wheelchair badminton. And then after Copenhagen, I will have like 6 weeks at home to prepare my Asia Para Games.
Yes.
Probably my last one.
So lots on the agenda. We'll talk about both topics. The World Coaching Conference, so that will be held in conjunction with the TotalEnergies BWF World Championships in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And there's a 2-day World Coaching Conference on the 24th, 25th. You and your coach will be there to demonstrate to other coaches who will be there on technique, tactics, strength, and all that you and your coach have worked on.
Yes.
Are you excited about that opportunity?
Of course, actually, it's my honor to be invited to be part of the speaker in the coaching conference, and we may show all other. Especially, we want to spread our message that even in a small city like Hong Kong, we have only one wheelchair player, but we can be high level, because not all the countries like Japan, India, Indonesia, China, Korea, that we have so many players, but for very limited equipment, for very limited support, you can still train up a world-class power badminton players. So I'm looking forward to it.
That's amazing. Great opportunity. Then the Asian Para Games. Where are they again?
In China, Hongqiao.
Hongqiao in China. Okay.
Yeah, in middle of October, and then all the Asian stars will go in there.
And you mentioned that might be your last Asian Games?
Yeah, it will be, because I think I will sharply retire after Paris. So this Asian Power Game should be my last one.
Just come back to that point. We're just watching this rally.
Yeah.
2-1 JJ.
I think now Kajira just want to put the shuttle the rally longer, and then to make sure Junjun is exhausted.
So it becomes a fitness battle.
Yeah.
This last game, Daiki will leverage his 21-year-old against the against Junjun, who might be struggling with his endurance towards the end, but he started well here, 3-1, and he got the better of that longer exchange.
Yes.
I think Junjun's his patience is probably his advantage in a situation like this. If he can keep his physical side on point, his patience will help him.
Yeah, indeed. So to see Kajiwara, the last weapon, energy and fitness, will it work for Junjun? As Junjun today is just on fire.
That one just wide. They've been playing for 43 minutes so far.
And in that speed.
Very high speed as well.
Yes.
Oh, very nice play there by Daiki. So that decision is firm, Daniel. You'll be hanging up the racket after Paris, you think?
It's long enough for me. Yeah, my body complained too much. Yeah, so thinking about it. So, and I want to retire during I'm still on top. So I take that decision. I'm happy to see that the youngest like Tajira from Japan, and also Yu Su Yang from Korea is coming up strongly. So our sport will still well developed.
And as you say, you're already giving back for the World Coaching Conference. You're on the Players Commission as well, the Athletes Commission. So you still have a strong position within the sport and looking for it to grow further.
I wish. I wish I can.
That's still a long way away. You still got more matches in front of you.
Yes, true.
Oh, nice there from JJ. Found the net though.
You can see how fast they are. And when I first stepped into Para Badminton World, look at the Korean, especially Junjun, I'm just thinking they're dancing on the wheelchair. So easy, so relaxed, turning around, whatever the posture, and then they can hit the shuttle.
Who has the best dance moves? How are your dance moves?
Junjun is the best dancer, of course.
Okay, 6-4 Daiki. Got a 2-point lead.
It's that good that someone is leading and someone come back and another one leading, so another one come back.
So in Daeki's shoes, since winning the gold at the Paralympics in Tokyo, he hasn't really been pushed that much and has been able to. His matches have relatively been quite simple. Is he relishing this opportunity also to be pushed to find what's really within him? So it hasn't been often that he's gone to 3 games. So
Yes.
you think he's also liking this experience? Because he doesn't get it so often.
Yes, indeed. After Paralympic, actually, some of us, me have 3 times put him in free set, and Yu Shu Yang have 1 or 2 times put him in free set, but he can manage very well. So I can guarantee that he got a very good quality of training for long duration every day. So that's why he's not scared and concerned about fitness, even though it comes 3 games or over an hour games.
Eight 5.
I'm amazed that Junjun can still keep this speed after 15 minutes game.
Yeah, he hit that one into the net 9-6, but he's doing amazing well to keep up with the 21-year-old.
Yes.
Just ticked over 50 minutes on court. So Daniel, it's been a busy year for all the players. We'll just go through, starting the year
From Spain.
Spain, and then there was tournaments in Brazil, in Thailand, in Bahrain, and Canada, and now here in the UK. What's the travel load like, and how do all the players manage the global nature of the Para Badminton World Circuit?
Well, actually, it's quite tough for us, especially after the pandemic. We are not getting used to flying that much a lot, and homesick indeed. I miss my family, miss home, and also as what I told, you will losing the balance between volume training and keep your body in health, because you have a lot of time for tournament and also long flight. As being Asian, you can look at the schedule at the first 6 or 7 tournament, all is out of our continents, like Spain, Canada, and then you go to now England. So actually it's quite demanding yourself to keep yourself healthy, and then you keep yourself in a high volume. So luckily we have already passed the toughest schedule. And then now because I'm not going to the Australia, so the next one will be Asian Para Game. And then maybe Dubai, Asia Para Game, and then Japan, Dubai, and then Thailand. Then they are all close. Dubai is the farthest 7 hours flight, but it's okay compared with Canada or Brazil.
And both Japan and Dubai are level 2.
Yes, indeed. So especially now today, I am quite guaranteed of my turn to Paris, so I can think more about Paris, but not now today. I don't need to win all the games. I just need to practice on court during the competition, because my weakness is no one sparring with me on wheelchair in my town, in my home. So for every matches is a good time for me to practice people on wheelchair. So I can think more about Paris now.
So tournament time is probably the most important for you, where you get that high level competition
Yes.
and exposure to the best players.
Yes. So
Very different from Junjun and Daiki with their setup, where Korea, you say there's 100 players.
yeah.
They have that a little bit more ability to have more intensive training in their home countries.
For them, on court just performing. For me, on court not only performing but also training. I need to find out how people move, what is their reaction. So it's the different things.
That one wide again. Daiki's got a large advantage now,
Yeah.
14-6.
So I think the last weapon for Daki's work, at the beginning of the first set, he used long ready to make Junjun exhausted, and now you see the pawn.
The speed has gone out of Junjun a little bit.
Yeah, and also power.
Yeah. Whoa,
Nice one.
nice shot. Oh, just wide. Great rally though. We'll see that lovely
Yeah.
shot.
And Junjun do a slide technique for the second. Yeah, this one.
Can you just explain that? What's the slide technique?
It's just like cleaning the windows. Yeah, but because the racket for Junjun is from right to left. The racket for Junjun is just moving from right to left, so people will think the shuttle going to the right side, but because it's a slide action, so actually the shuttle is going to the left side. So it's a fake action.
That's obviously very difficult while you're moving as well. In
Yeah, you need to be very confident and precise of your racket. Otherwise, you will just hit your frame.
16-6. It's been a fantastic match, this.
Yeah, indeed.
Very good to watch.
So thank you, Junjun, that proving us that Catriona is still beatable. If you manage well, you can see the first set very tight and Junjun take the second set. So if Junjun can catch the chance for the first set, maybe he can do 2 direct sets.
So you're writing down some notes for the next time you play Daiki?
Yeah. Yeah, I will copy what he do. Actually, when you get some common enemy, so now Catriona is that unbeatable. Sometimes me and the Korean will share our information or share our rules, how to play against him. Because we have different characters. Junjun is very speedy and I'm very powerful. So we're giving some opinions to exchange some information, how to make Daki uncomfortable.
So if you could morph into one player, then you and JJ as one player would be perfect.
Or I do the first set and Junjun do the second one. Then it would be good.
Tag team.
Yeah.
Tag team badminton.
Yeah.
Okay, 18-7. Another long rally here.
Yeah.
Just over the net, just creeped over.
Oh, great.
Brilliant. Amazing.
Yeah. And after the singles, I think the double is coming out after 1 or 2 matches. And we find that Choi has just won the single an hour ago. and then now Junjun play another hour game. So Daki and Hiroshi maybe have the advantage because of the fitness. Because Daki is very young, and then Hiroshi have only one match a day.
Yes, so that men's doubles is the 5th match of today.
Yeah. So probably Junjun will have like 1.5 hour rest or 1 hour rest.
Match points now 28. Daiki on the verge of another title here. Oh. Still fighting to the end here, Junjun.
Yeah.
Another long rally.
Even though the last pawn, they
Right
do it
to the
long
end. Oh, and that's it. Fantastic. What a match.
Yeah, very good matches.
Daiki with the win there, but congratulations to both players. Brilliant. Final score 21-9 in that game. 17, so it's 21-17, 19-21, 21-9. Daiki with the victory. Any comments on that last to wrap up, Dan?
Well, we have a great game, and in the first game, Choi dominated the game. So I think this year, maybe the Chinese player can challenge the young player. Jimo, the gold medalist, can
Kujimo.
Kujimo can challenge Choi. So let's see what happens in the Asian Para Games World Championship. And for my classes, WH2, Daki is still dominating, but I can see I'm happy that Junjun coming back a little bit. So let's see what he's going to do in the Asian game, and looking forward for my next matches between me and Junjun to see what happens.
Fantastic, Daniel. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on comms. It's been thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah.
Sure. Good luck with your travels.
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing you in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And good luck with the rest of your Paris 2024 campaign.
Thank you, Loy, and thank you, everyone. See you.
Fantastic. Well, that was absolutely brilliant, and the action keeps going. We now have the women's singles wheelchair 1 final between Serena Satomi and Sujirat Pukam from Thailand. And I have another special guest joining me in commentary. We've got the one and only Nora Perry. Nora, fantastic to have you here, and wonderful to have you at the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. It looks amazing. You've obviously been following para badminton and part of the journey for para badminton to get into the Paralympic Games, and has seen the growth of the sport. What are you seeing right here today? How does that match up?
Well, I think it shows that para is on an equal term to able-bodied badminton, because I think the presentation here looked much like how it did in Tokyo, which I think the players makes them feel so special. They come out and they see an arena like this and they think this is what it's all about, and this is the type of arena I want to play in all the time.
Okay, so now we have women's singles wheelchair 1. Players in wheelchair 1 have impairment in both lower limbs and trunk function, requiring the use of a wheelchair. And again, like we saw with the men, the matches will be played on the half-width court. We have the gold medalist from Tokyo 2020 Paralympics in Serena Satomi, also a national hero, a little bit like Daigi, very well loved in Japan after their famous victories. And from Thailand we have Sujirat Pukam from Thailand. And Nora, you were watching those two men's matches before. What did you think of what we just witnessed? Amazing.
It's amazing, you know, how they play the shots that they play when they're put in positions, you know, of awkwardness and pressurised positions. I think, you know, they do fantastic. I'm in awe of them. I literally am. I watched it in Tokyo, like you said, and I watched a lot. And each time I watched it, I was just amazed. You know, the work that they must do on their upper body, and the fact that they can hit a shuttle and still manoeuvre and get a wheelchair into a position, and sometimes in a strong position, it's just amazing.
Yes, indeed, and we have a very even matchup. Obviously, Serena is the star of the wheelchair women's class, but head-to-head, it's 4-all. Serena has won the last two. Their last match was earlier this year in February at the Spanish Para Badminton International, and it was in 3 games, 51 minutes. Pukam won the first game 25-23, and then Serena came back 21-11, 21-14. So this should be another interesting lineup that we have. Maybe it also goes to 3 games. Interestingly, in the race to Paris ranking, Serena is number 2, but Pukam is down in 12th, having only played 2 tournaments. So this is vital for her to increase her ranking for the Paris 2024 Paralympics qualifications. So she'd be looking for, if she gets the win here over the favourite Serena, that'll be wonderful for her progression in the standings.
Yeah, and I think it will boost her morale as well, because, you know, it's all about the road to Paris. And these players are here for a reason, and they're here to perform and do well, and it makes that journey a little bit easier later on in the year.
So 2-1 early for Serena with the early advantage, now 3-1.
Yeah.
So it's actually been a fantastic week for Sudirman Pukam. She's ranked 12th in the world, so this is a fantastic performance this week.
I think also, Lloyd, it shows how important this tournament is to even the Asian players. You know, they've taken this long journey over. You know, they're here to perform. They're here to make it count.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that they're going to get as many points as they can to move up that ranking, because obviously the higher up you are, you get the seeding position. So this is very important to both players.
Played into that. And how have you been, Nora? You've been well?
I've been very well, thank you. Yes, I actually, first watched Para Badminton in 2017 at the World Championships, when it was side by side with the able-bodied World Championships. And
was that in Basel?
yes,
That was 2019.
Oh, 2019, and I watched it quite a lot, and I couldn't believe it. You know, I must be honest, how some of those players performed. And I'm very intrigued how they learn to play with gloves on, because obviously they have to. You can see both of the players here have got their gloves on. They're having to hold the racket, they're having to manoeuvre the wheelchair, and I would find it very difficult to have something on my hands and hold a racket.
Yeah, and you think that would change the feel of the racket when you're playing the net shots or the...
Precisely. To me, it was all about my fingers and holding the racket, you know, very, very lightly and just feeling it in my hand. But you can't have that when you're trying to manoeuvre a wheelchair as well. So I think that's, you know, I mean, that's another thing that they have to learn to do.
We were speaking to Daniel earlier, and I guess the misconception is they control the wheelchair with one hand, but they don't. So two hands, and they wrap the racket, holding it into just two fingers, and so there's the glove and the wheelchair, and then holding the racket, and then bring it out with their hands to hit. So it is a lot of coordination and managing a lot of moving parts at once. So Serena is the defending Paralympic gold medalist from Tokyo, but Sudirman was the silver medalist. So this is the replay of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics gold medal final.
And I watched that match. I was there, so I think Serena has got more pressure on her, being the actual reigning gold medalist. And I think sometimes as well, you can go out court and create a little bit of tension, because you know the expectation is there from everybody.
So we had the group matches throughout this week, and Serena was in Group A and progressed reasonably comfortably in straight games in both her matches. And then Sudirman Pukam, though, she was able to defeat the second seed here this week, Mankaito from Belgium, and she won, Pukam won 21-11, 21-14 in that match. So she progressed out of the group, and then in the quarterfinals and semi-finals recorded straight games victories also in the quarterfinals. So both players have had quite a comfortable progression through straight games, so haven't been tested. So it'll be interesting to see if this match goes to a third game, how the endurance levels are. Seeing they
Well, I think it's testament to show that probably at the moment they're the two best players in the world in this event. So I think it's not unexpected that these two are contesting the final. But like you say, I think this could possibly be a three-setter. We'll have to wait and see. And I think it'd be interesting to see what the outcome is.
So we're at the first interval, 11-10, even all the way. Serena 11 up by that 1 point. We've got the interaction with the coaches, both very intense. I guess so far it's probably more of the same thing. So we're, as we mentioned early in the coverage, we're about 60% way through the qualifying period, Nora. There's a lot of the higher continentals are still remaining, world champs are still remaining, some level 2s in Japan and Dubai. But through that process of qualifying, what do you think of there's already a lot of hard work has gone in, a lot of tournaments and a lot of travel to get to this point, and it's a long qualifying journey of many months. What's the mindset around this time where so much energy has gone in, and how do they keep that energy and motivation going? Obviously the motivation end goal is qualifying, but how do the players, a typical player mindset, keep that going?
Well, I would say that they're focusing on qualifying first. That's their main goal, and I think once they've got enough qualifying points, then they can relax a little bit more and be a little bit more choosy about where they go. Travelling halfway across the world from Japan and Thailand, you know, is a big journey, and to be here. So they want to make this count. They'll both be going for the win, but I think they'll both want to get in a position early on in the season of the qualifying period, and then they perhaps might not have to travel so far at the end before Paris comes up.
And that's why this match is very important for Thailand's Phuket. She's only played the 2 qualifying tournaments up to now, where Serena's in the top 2. She's quite comfortable in her position, but this will be an amazing boost for Phuket. If she can get the win, already making the final, she'll elevate herself. And of course, the players from Asia, they have the Asian Para Games coming up in Hangzhou in October. So that's firmly on their radar right after this, and it's, for some of them, they're probably about a 6-week window to prepare, to train and reset ahead of the Asian Para Games.
Yeah, because we have to understand how tiring the travelling is for these athletes. It's a completely different mindset. It's the organisation, it's the entourage, you know, that's helping them as well. So the preparation is not just a standard preparation. It's big, and they'll need those breaks in between.
You talk about the entourage again. We have the Korean contingent watching intensely, and also Thailand here showing their support. There's a lot of camaraderie on the court. You could see the smiles and the interaction and the apologies for a net cord and that.
Well, I think the difference is, Lloyd, I think they are what I call a friendly group of athletes, because there's so many different categories that perhaps they don't come up against each other. So, you know, they tend to support each other. I've seen so much of that in all the events, even in the Olympic Games. You know, they are there supporting each other, and I think it's wonderful.
So impressive start from Thailand's Sudirman, 19-13, and quite a frenetic pace so far early in this match compared to the men, where we saw a lot of longer rallies. 19-14. In their last match encounter against each other, Sudirman won the first game 25-23, but then couldn't sustain that.
And I wonder if she's learnt from that.
Yeah. Oh, the last time Sudirman Pulkan won was in the World Championships. The Japan Para Badminton International in 2019. So that's several years ago, and Pulkan won that one. But since then, they've only clashed twice. So twice this year. Lovely shot there from Serena. Narrows the gap, 18-19. And just a reminder for all of our fans, we have plenty of other action going on our other court, and you can head to that live stream. Currently have the women's singles SL5 final between Catherine Rosengren of Denmark and Maud Lefort of France, and that match has just started. So you can go over, and we have live comms on that court as well. Okay, game point here for Sudirman Pulkan. Oh, into the net. Still one more game point.
Oh.
And it goes wide, so first game.
Out. Wow.
First game to Thailand, to Sudirman Pulkan.
My coach won't be happy with that. I think, like you said, compared to the men, I think the men is a lot more about upper body power. They have so much more power there, so they're quite happy. They can hit from the back of the court to the back of the court. It's not the same with the women, because the women are also built for the agility side of it, the manoeuvring side and the touch side, and I think that's why you see softer play within the women's game.
Of course, this is the wheelchair 1 class where the impairment is in both their lower limbs and trunk function, as opposed to the last match we saw with Kim Jung-jun and Daiki, which is the wheelchair 2 class, which the impairment is only in one or both of the lower limbs and minimal or no impact to the trunk function.
So it shows that they can.
There's a little bit less reaching back, so the style of play we're seeing is a little bit different from the 1 class to the 2 class. So 15 minutes for that first game, 21-19. Yes, as we were talking to Daniel before, we have the TotalEnergies BWF World Championships 2023 in Copenhagen coming up in about 2 weeks. Looking forward to that, Nora?
I am looking forward to that. I really am. I think it will be a spectacle because I played in Denmark many times and I actually won the world title 40 years ago this year.
Wow.
I know. So, that's how
does
old
that make
I
you
am.
feel?
It will be good. Denmark always put on a good show, so really looking forward to it.
Fantastic. So just about to commence the second game. Of course, here in Sheffield at the English Institute of Sport, this is where the GB Para Badminton team is based. They train out of here. It's a fantastic facility, and we're very wonderful and lucky to have this facility for the championships. Badminton England, the host this week, fantastic job. As we touched on, the sports presentation looks brilliant, but just from every detail. The whole playing community seems very happy this week and very lucky to have a standard of host like this.
Yeah, I think they're fortunate at Badminton England to have a great events department where they're very conscious of trying to make things, replicate things that they already do at the highest level. They've taken some of the things that they use at the All England in Birmingham, and I think that's shown here by how this venue is laid out. And I think that's the para badminton players, feel special. And as I said before, we need to make sure that happens at these events for them.
So Serena out to a lead here in the second game, 4-0. Just coming back to the Tokyo Paralympics and badminton's debut at the Paralympics. You were there, Nora. What was that like? How you could see the emotions of all the players, but particularly the Japanese players on home soil. But what was that celebration of the sport back like, taking us back?
Well, I think it was really, really important for para badminton because it's given these para badminton players that focus now. That we're in the Olympic Games. And I think also, they went out there. There was no spectators, which was a shame. There was no spectators at all in Tokyo.
Because of COVID, unfortunately.
But I can tell you, there was lots of support there in that stadium. Just from all the countries. We all tried to support all the players because we still wanted to give them that feeling that you're in the Olympic Games. And I think they came away from that hungry for more.
Yeah. And now we're entering the next qualifying cycle. Talking to several of the players this week, it's very interesting to observe some mindsets. So there's a lot of players going for their first Paralympics who were not in Tokyo, but you got several players who did make it to Tokyo, but then are learning from, I wasn't in the right state of mind, I qualified, but I can do a lot better. So now in this qualifying journey, you're seeing a lot of the players who qualified for Tokyo 2020 changing, improving, altering their mindset based on that experience from Tokyo, which is also a wonderful evolution of the sport as badminton gets into its second games, then the third games at LA 2028. You build a high performance culture with every 4-year goal and target, and then qualifying, and players can get into some patterns of how to manage their performance levels and intensity over those 4 years.
But I think also that the governments then give them a lot more support. I think also that they'll get their backup crew enhanced because there's more funding now, so you can have all the physiotherapy side, the mental side, how you prepare properly as an athlete, what your training entails, the after training ritual of and how many times you should compete. You get all that support, and I think that makes such a difference.
Exactly, and obviously with the Team Japan, the Japan Para Badminton Federation over the years has done a wonderful job with how they've built it. They've got travelling physiotherapists, they've got a support team all supporting their players, and obviously it helps when you're travelling around the world, venue to venue, stadium to stadium on a circuit. You need that support structure, and that's the byproduct of entering the now being a Paralympic sport. We have that extra levels of funding and support. Well,
because if you're an athlete, you want to be given every possible opportunity, and to do that, then you need all that support mechanism, because you can go out and perform, but it's the preparation, it's the afterwards, it's the organisation of you as an athlete, and I think that is part and parcel of what is now happening with para badminton athletes.
Fantastic. So 9-6 now. Serena out to lead. 10-7 now. So Nora, we're at the interval, 11-7. Now both these players have to back up, and they've got women's doubles. Maybe in an hour's time on the 5th match on, they'll be playing each other. Now, on the able-bodied, the world circuit, playing singles and doubles is not as common, or no one really does singles and doubles, but back in your time playing, that was the norm. So what's it like having to, you play your singles match knowing you've got to, in an hour's time, back up and go on and play doubles?
Well, that's how important the support staff are going to be in preparing them, of having some massage and, recovery and what they're going to need. I think in singles and doubles, they would always want to play singles first. Always get the singles out the way first. So I'm sure this was done intentionally. Even in my day, always the singles players would play the singles first.
And why is that? Is it a mindset? Is it a physical thing?
Yeah, because your mindset is the singles is probably, dare I say it, the most important. Because it's just you.
Yes.
Yeah. So they would want to play their singles first.
And then that adjustment, then having your partner come on court. Obviously, wheelchair in the partnership with doubles, they stick to their side.
I think it's great communication. It's about communication. Even in wheelchair doubles, I watched the wheelchair in Tokyo, and it was about knowing what your partner was capable of doing, and that communication was very, very key to how they performed.
So 11-8, a bit of a mini comeback here from Bhutan, from Thailand. That one's wide. So we're talking to Daniel, and Daniel was in a unique position where he played badminton as a able-bodied athlete before his accident, and then he brought up the point that the racket skills are different. What are you noticing here with from your days and your knowledge and experience of the different kinds of strokes and how the shuttle is being played with the racket?
Well, I think the progression of the rackets has made a big difference. I mean, in my day, the rackets were heavier.
Yeah.
I mean, they progressed, and I think that is something that the players adjust to. There's much more power now because the rackets are so light. But saying that, if you look at the skill level of some of our top players in both able-bodied and in para-badminton, it's incredible. And that's all to do with the hands. And this brings me back to how amazing they are to be doing this with gloves on. Because, I would find that incredibly difficult. But they still have fantastic skills. And, hats off to them. Gosh, that has taken a lot of practice, I can tell you.
And that's where the coach development comes into it, and experts. I think our next guest, we've got Lyndon Williams on a little bit later joining us, and he's been instrumental in the progression of the coaching, and the coach development side is just as important as obviously the player development side, because then being able to come up with new techniques and training to make the combination of the balance between the wheelchair movement and the racket skills easier, but also that we could get more expertise with the racket skills and different
more
strokes,
variety.
different strokes of variety.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's about transferring skills that perhaps an able-bodied person does into para-badminton, and finding a way to incorporate them in, and coming up with a solution. And I think that's what the types of Lyndon and other coaches have been doing, because Lyndon was a Welsh player. So what he's been able to do is to work out how some of these skills can be transferred over into para-badminton, and I think that's been really important.
And Daniel was mentioning that as well. A lot of the coaches for the wheelchair are able-bodied, so it's that fascinating learning journey.
Yeah, and also making them believe that they can do it. It's all about belief.
So 1910 here. So we just got a slight delay here. I think an injury to Sujira Pulkan with her hand might have got her jammed in the wheelchair. We got the doctor coming on. We got the referee on the court. So a slight delay here, but got something with her thumb she's pointing out. It might have been just the motion, might have perhaps a blister, or it could be something else.
It looks like she might have caught it in the chair
Yeah.
as she's moved the chair. As she's gone in for the lift, she's caught her finger in the chair, I think.
So it just seems like some running repairs, some tape, and I think she'll let a bit of the magic spray, as they say, and then she'll be back on.
I think we'll be heading for a 3-setter though.
Yes,
right?
I think so, yes. Looks like it, so we'll be in for another treat, one more game. And you can see here, Nora, we've got a full TV production, which we're excited to have for para badminton. We got all the footage and vision you can see at home is coming from a wealth of cameras all around us, which is exciting for the sport. We're trying to promote the sport, showcase. We're trialing new angles, and we're the movement of the players in their wheelchair and all that. How do you think that's your thoughts on that?
I think innovation has come here at this tournament, because I really think that you've upped the game of how the TV production is for para badminton. I mean, to have net cameras and those sort of things, they're fantastic, and they're actually going to give the public a chance to see how these athletes manoeuvre around the court. And I think that's important, and how they, play their overhead shots and come in and do their lifts, in between all of what they have to do with their chairs. I think it's amazing, I really do, and I think it will get better and better.
Yeah, and it's there's many benefits. It's obviously great to educate badminton fans around the world who might be watching para badminton for the first time. Where we've had the Australian Open finals online today, and then it's fantastic that we've got more products to show. We've got more badminton for everyone, so it's great to be able to showcase all these new angles and the sport for the fans watching the Australian Open. But then you've got the education opportunities for coaches and to just document all this that we have on file. We're also working with the IPC, it's the National Paralympic Committee, on also with a goal for how we want Paris to look like. So we're excited to be able to do it this week, and thanks to Badminton England and everyone involved for being able to do this.
Well, I think every country wants para badminton to be given the exposure that it deserves. It's progressed so much, and now we're in the Olympic Games. We want it to get better and better, and I hope that Paris will showcase that.
Yep, so we're at the End of the second game, 21-10 to Serena there in 18 minutes. So we're down to the decider. And early in the year, it was a similar kind of situation where Pulkan won the first game 25-23. Here on this occasion she won 21-19, both quite tight games. And then Serena, though, in Spain earlier this year took the second game 21-11. And the score here now is 21-10. So it'll be interesting to see if Pulkan can fight and keep that level up, or whether Serena will show her class and see.
Yeah, you would like to think that she's learnt from the last matches that she's played against Serena. So hopefully she'll know what to do more in the third set. I wouldn't like to see Serena run away with it. I'd like to see a good fight.
Indeed. We've got a great crowd in here on top of the teams from Korea and Japan. We've got a lot of locals in from around the area, from Sheffield and from the north of England watching, coming in. It's fantastic to get spectators in. That's what we were talking about, obviously the TV product, but how good is it to have spectators in the hall?
Oh, the players have to feel supported. It's okay having your entourage here and other teams supporting you, but having neutral spectators here, clapping because they're seeing good badminton, that is so much different, and it's special for them.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're into the third game. Serena off to a quick start, 2-0. Let's see if Pulkan can steel herself for a bit of a fight back. That was just wide. 2-1. So we've been playing for 35 minutes so far. Well played there by Serena, forced Pulkan deep into the back of the court, and then a nice little play into the front. Nice and simple. Just out of reach again. So Serena now starting to show her class here, and fitness and endurance.
And she seemed to be playing with confidence.
That always helps.
Exactly, yeah.
During your playing years, Nora, and when you were involved, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So Nora, back in your playing days, did you ever, you were a player and you were at the elite level, and you were one of the stars back in your day. Did you ever imagine badminton and then also para badminton evolving, and BWF as an organisation and just the whole community getting to where, obviously that's always been the wish and the hope, but now we're seeing it as a reality. What's that been like for you to see that progression over so many years, but also in so many roles that you've played?
Well, I think it was a dream for our sport to be an Olympic sport, and I think Sir Craig Reedy did a lot of work around that with Samarak. He brought him to the World Championships in Copenhagen in '83, and he sat there, he watched, he loved it, and then we were in a demonstration sport in Munich, and then we got in Barcelona, and I think then, just a little bit too late for me, but I think it was just how the sport should, progress, because that was really, really important. And I think then, obviously our sport has elevated to the highest, level, and I think BWF have been integral in supporting the para side, because I think the able-bodied side sells itself. It really does. You know, we're a fantastic, dynamic sport. Sponsors love us. TV loves us. You know, and everybody, we've got that support. But now the BWF, we're trying to make sure that para would become just as important. And I think BWF have been doing that as well. And this is why we've got events like this.
And see, we had the cross-pollination of 2 World Championships at once in Basel, but it would be fantastic to be able to showcase more para badminton matches like this in front of live audiences on, say, the World Tour. Obviously, there's logistical things to get around to make that happen, but that's probably the next step, getting more of the public, more of the hardcore badminton viewership, being able to see the amazing skills of the players.
Yeah, I think Basil showed us that if we've got an audience, we could transfer some of that audience to come and watch, because I moved in from one part of the World Championships into the other, and that's what got me involved, and you know, I wanted to be part of the journey. And I think it's up to BWF to perhaps find some venues where we can play a side-by-side tournament, something like the Japan Open and the Japan Para Badminton tournament, because I think Japan is very, you know, they're very supportive of their para badminton players, and I think they have those type of facilities. So you know, I would definitely love to see that. I mean, that's our next step.
Yeah, and if we can get to that, I mean, that'll be amazing and keep the momentum of what's all the great work being done. We've just got another delay now. I think Pukam has the same little issue with her thumb. She's still playing quite well. It's 8-6. She's trailing, but trying her best to fight through this little injury. It could be a blister, could be a cut. We're not quite sure, but she's just getting some more treatment now.
And I wonder if it's because she doesn't wear gloves.
Yes.
Serena wears gloves, and I wonder if, you know, that's what's causing her a slight problem.
That might very well be it, and obviously it's probably a personal preference on the feel of the racket,
yeah,
and
exactly.
as what we were talking earlier. So more tape being applied by the doctor.
She's still staying with her, which I'm really pleased to see, because on the past two matches she's let Serena get away, and perhaps, you know, then pushed on and won quite comfortably in the third game. So this is quite a good score, I think.
Yes, it's great to see. And obviously the tight matches and the long rallies, and that's where the intensity comes, and that's what makes a great product for more people into badminton to check out. And so these long rallies and long matches are a great spectacle.
Yeah, and also it
straight into the net there.
It lets spectators see what is possible. You know, I mean, this is really good badminton. I mean, it is. You've got the 2 best players in the world. You've got the Olympic gold medalist and the Olympic silver medalist. You know, what more could you want?
Yeah, fantastic. 9-6 now. Just short, so that's out. Just a reminder to the fans that either side of the net, that is the dead zone, so the shuttle needs to be played past the service line. Just short also, so that's out. Serena 10-8. Just out of, sorry, in, my mistake. So 10-9. Oh, just wide. So Serena goes to the interval. 11-9 ahead. Turkham's just trying to get to that feeling into that arm, shaking it out. Still playing with a smile all this time, which is fantastic.
Yeah, she certainly looks like she enjoys herself, which is really, really important.
So it's all happening. We've got, again, on our standing court, we're likely to hear some loud cheers because we've got Kristen Coombs, hometown hero, in the final of the men's singles SH6. And I know a lot of support from him here. Great Britain flags being handed out in the crowd right now, so we might get some extra noise on our court here, Nora.
Yeah.
But we'll try and focus on this match. 11-9 for Serena. Let's see how it goes towards the conclusion. Oh, nice smash there from Serena. 12-9. She played that point well to create that opportunity for the kill for herself.
She pushed her right to the back, and she just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
So it was a short clear, and then Serena could smash it. Very difficult to defend, you know.
Serena's now using the length of the court. A lot of very well played deep shots to the back and making it hard for Buchan to recover from playing out of the back of the court all the time.
Yeah, and she seems to have a lot of confidence at the moment. She
And that one's wide though, yeah. So 14-9. Just a reminder of what we have next. Men's doubles up next, I believe. Sorry, women's singles up next. Yeah, we got the women's singles wheelchair 2 singles final up next. With Serena's teammate Yuma Yamazaki in the final against Peru's world champion Pilar Yarogüe from so that'll be an interesting match. 14-11 now. Here's Serena just playing into the net. 14-12, sorry. Just short.
I think she's just letting Serena get away a little bit again. And if you let Serena get too far away, she gets more and more confident, and then she's happy to play all her shots.
And it's at this stage of the match where the endurance really comes into it.
And the experience as well, I think.
Keeping the speed of the movement of the chair for longer periods of time is something where Serena's able to just get the advantage.
And we don't know how this finger's impacting.
Correct, yeah.
So, you won't know until she finishes the match.
Yeah. Class there from Serena.
It seems to be going through the same pattern as what it's been in the last two matches.
Yep. 18-12 now, on her way to victory. Again, Very similar, playing into that front court, but a nice.
Serena's pushing her right to the back, and then she's not able to manoeuvre to come forward.
They've been out there for 48 minutes already. (19-13), 20-13, sorry, match point to Serena. Oh, not quite then. Oh, that is the match. A bit of confusion, but it was called out. So Serena wins in 3 games, 21-13 in that final game. Fantastic performance. Another title to Serena this year. But a brave and wonderful performance from Puchheim, and that's surely going to help her cause for qualification for Paris 2024.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good match. I think up until she had the injury on her finger, I thought, they were sort of even. So perhaps there's a lesson learned from making sure this doesn't happen again, and get it sorted before she competes in her next tournament.
That's Serena's 5th title of the year, adding to a double in Spain, where she won both tournaments in Spain at the beginning of the year, then the Thailand Para Badminton International and the Bahrain Para Badminton International, and now capping off with the 4 Nations here in Sheffield. Nora, thank you so much for joining us in commentary. Absolute pleasure to have you on. I hope all the audience love to hear your voice and your insights, and we'll see you shortly. Catch up in Denmark, but thanks once again for joining us here.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. Pleasure.
And this is the 4 Nations Para Badminton International Finals Day in Sheffield. And the next action on court number 4, which is the singles 20 extreme final. And that's taking the officials and half-time from England and yourself. And stage judge from Scotland is Stephen. Bringing out the players, and then Roxy Roperu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're into our 4th final of the day, and in commentary, actually I have Lyndon Williams on board. Lyndon, thanks for joining us.
It's an absolute pleasure, Lloyd. Thank you very much for having me.
How are you feeling being in the comms box?
Well, it's been a while, I must admit, and but really exciting. I think the good thing about the event here in Sheffield is the level has been absolutely amazing. I think it's the first time we've had a huge event like this in the UK, and seeing all the top players from around the world playing absolutely fantastic badminton, and this is going to be no different. You know, wheelchair especially has gone up in ability.
So we got women's singles wheelchair 2 final. Wheelchair 2 players could have impairment in one or both lower limbs and minimal or no impairment to trunk function, but still require the use of a wheelchair. And again, like we've seen so far, the matches are played on the half-width court. Lyndon, do you have any additional information for the fans watching about the wheelchair 2? I
think one of the main things to look out for in this final, particular wheelchair 2, they're slightly less impaired than wheelchair 1. You'll see that the backs on the wheelchair are actually very low, and it's because they have more core function. It allows them to play shots from much further back. They have greater reach. So you'll see, especially the Peruvian girl on this side, you'll see she sits quite high in the chair, but she's able to lean right back out of the chair, so has good reach backwards and forwards. So that's the difference we'll see. It'll probably be a little bit quicker maybe than the wheelchair 1 because of the less impairment, but you know, it's it just allows for a little bit more variety of shot and a little bit more range in the actual matches themselves. But yeah, and it may be a bit quicker as well.
Of course, the Peruvian girl is world champion Pilar Iarregui from Peru, and it's great to see so many different countries participating in wheelchair. And her opponent today is Yuma Yamazaki, who is Serena Satomi's doubles partner. They had success in the Tokyo Paralympics, winning the doubles golds. Yuma's been on the circuit for many years, and both players have. So this should be a very interesting final.
I'm absolutely right. I mean, what you're saying about we got a player here from Peru, Pan America, playing against a player from Japan, and it is fantastic to see players from all continents actually reaching the finals here. And it's the beauty, I think, about para badminton in general, that there is a spread across the world. You know, we've got Olympic world champions from all different continents. You know, in Tokyo, you know, there was players from the African continent as well. And I think that's very good for the sport. It's healthy for the sport that we're not seeing total domination from one continent to the other. And I mean, fantastic. We've got a Peruvian player, so clearly they're doing something right down in Peru and Pan America, and
Peru has a fantastic program there for para badminton, players in many classes that we've seen this week. Yuma Yamazaki is, of course, the bronze medalist in the women's singles wheelchair 2, also from Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And then Pilar broke through for her World Championship win also in Tokyo, but that was last year's World Championship. So this should be a very close match. Yuma off to a good start, 3-0 early on.
Yeah, I always think at the start of, not particularly wheelchair, but all sort of singles matches played in the half court, it's kind of that player that's able to get a good length from the word go. So you'll see, you know, can they get the other player right to the back of the court? Can they make them do that little bit of an extra stretch? Because I mean, you know, they're moving up to the short service line, right to the rear court. I mean, it's like 15 feet or whatever. It's quite a big movement, but that's kind of what you're looking for. The first player to get that really good depth on a clear suddenly takes advantage of the rally.
So the head-to-head is 4-2 in favour of Yuma.
Okay.
Yamazaki won their last clash earlier this year at the Toledo Spanish Para Badminton International. Yuma won 21-15, 16-21, 21-12. But just a week before that, also in Spain, the Spanish Para Badminton International, Pilar won. Iarregui won 21-15, 21-19. And Pilar had actually won the one before that as well at the semi-final of the World Championships. in straight games. So I think we should have a very evenly matched
that rally
contest.
then was actually an excellent example of what we were saying just then about the first clear, good depth, then the second one, and then the third one. And each time the return was a little bit weaker. So that's what that's what you're trying to do in the wheelchair game, is to make sure that you get that really good depth on your clear, make them play to their extremes. So your front and back. I mean, it's a little bit of a patience game as well, but.
Wide there. So, in your role as coaching and the development of the wheelchair game, what have been the progression in the skills required, and how have you seen that both in the chair movement, but also the racket skills and the combination of both?
Well, I mean, unique to wheelchair badminton is the fact you not only have to be an excellent badminton player, you have to be able to use the chair well, have good skills. So anybody coming into the game, you can have badminton players who've had an accident or something, and then they have to learn the chair skills. But what we've seen definitely over the last 10-15 years is that the actual technique and the playing level of the wheelchair players has gone up. We as badminton coaches, we actually think it's easier to teach someone how to use a chair than to actually coach them how to play badminton. It's more complex and everything. So these guys now, it's second nature being in the chair. They do everything automatically. Like we do, a non-disabled person who's playing, running around, doing round the head shots, it's very natural. So that the actual chair use has to be quite natural for these guys now, they day in, day out. But we definitely, the actual ability to play different shots, we're seeing a lot more, not just straight clears, but we're seeing lots of cut shots, angles. So even though the court's narrow, we're seeing players trying to hit the angles, which maybe like 4 or 5 years ago it was less seen. So it just shows that everybody's racket skills has improved incredibly. And I don't know if the viewers actually saw the wheelchair 2 men's singles final a bit earlier. I mean, it's the two guys playing it. It's almost gone to a different level. And I was trying to make notes about things I'd seen, and I just put the book away and just said, I'm just going to watch this.
Just enjoy it. It was a fantastic match.
So good.
Daiki Kajiwara versus Kim Jung-jun of Korea. It's a fantastic spectacle, that one.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're both guys, like they're both girls, they're really good in the chair. They've both got really good racket skills. So what's going to make the difference here? And it's that patience. The person that just does that little bit of a different shot now and again, hits a different angle, and that's often you see the case in these things, because it's parity. Physically they're the same. So it's just like who's got that little bit of more mental strength and a little bit more range of shot.
8-7 in the first game here, with Yamazaki up.
And she goes, just again, see, plugging this round the head corner, just 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot.
Then, so what Yamazaki's focusing on that area, what can Pilar do to prevent, to try and combat against that and get the rallies in her favour?
Yeah, it's this first clear here. Now, she's done it well there. She's made sure that first clear she hit was a good length. Yeah. Wins the next rally. I know that was the commentator's dream, that was, wasn't it? But it's that that first opportunity you get to hit good length, you have to make sure you hit it, because if it's a bit short, then it's you that's under pressure next rally. And it's that thing, making sure you do play that good depth clear the first time. So she's got it back a bit now, and so let's see if she can. Yeah, so the Japanese girl's a little bit in control in this rally, because that first clear was a little bit short.
10-9, very close early, and I guess it's what we're seeing here is it's really who can get advantage after the service for that first clear as to who can get the rally going there.
There you go, she's under pressure now from this one. Yeah, I mean, again, in the men's final we saw a little earlier, there was a lot more, clears, always striving to get that little one a little bit deeper, just to put the opponent under a little bit more stress. And yeah, I mean, the coaches would be saying this, look, you can't give her too much time when she's at the back of the court. You've got to make sure she's playing things under stress. I always find it fascinating as well, because over the years as well, there's been quite a lot of developments in the actual chair itself.
Yep.
They become lighter. Players now understand. They understand how they sit in the chair better, and it does make a huge difference. If you're new to the sport, somebody will give you a chair, you'll sit in it, and you'll just accept the fact that that's where you're going to sit, and that's okay. But no, these guys now, they understand they can sit a little bit higher, maybe a little bit further forward, just to increase their range. And also, the technology in the chair. I mean, it's still evolving, but they are getting lighter, which again helps the power to weight ratio. And if you look at the two physiques, I think the Peruvian girls physically are bigger and stronger looking athlete. So it gives you a little advantage maybe in reach, but again, the Japanese girl maybe a bit smaller, maybe a bit faster. So they kind of negate each other there.
And that technology in the chairs, what has the timeline for that progression been like since the early days of para?
I think the beauty about the wheelchairs, we've got now, we have a company, or there are companies now that are interested in our sport. So they've actually had a look to see, well, actually, what does this sport do? It means a chair that needs to be able to go straight line, but also just off right and left. It needs to be able to stop quick. So definitely they've got lighter. They've actually sort of evolved, the strapping especially, that players understand where they need to be strapped. And it's one of those things, if you're non-disabled and you sit in the chair and somebody straps you, and it's quite, you think, oh, this is not good, I don't feel this. But you imagine they're trying to make themselves in the chair as one.
Yep.
So they actually move, as one. There's no disconnection.
So how do you coach that? How do you coach that? The movement, the player, and the movement as one. It's easy for us to explain here a concept, but how do you? Obviously, it might be second nature for the players after a while, but how would you coach them?
I think it's a very good point, actually. I remember in the early days saying that the 2000 when it was evolving, and a couple of countries probably still do now. They used to have a chair coach, somebody who teach you chair skills, and then you had a badminton coach, somebody who uses technique. I think now it's all pretty much one. But again, one of the unique things in this sport is you've got, we as non-disabled players, we would use our legs to move. They have to use their arms to do the same function as the feet. But the other thing is that in one hand you've got a racket,
yes,
as well as having to hold the wheel, and the other one you don't. So that in itself is a skill. But it's like anything, repetition in training, right technique, and then repeating it, and then that in itself becomes second nature.
Some brilliant saves there by Yamazaki, and she's won the point. Two fantastic saves off Pilar's smash, and Yamazaki's won the point there. That was amazing. See the replay here. I think she's a little bit apologetic for the nature of those two saves that happened to get back. We'll see the.
It's a great angle to see the wheelchair on the side, because you really get some idea about how far back they have to reach in the chair. And these are people with limited core function, so they're having to use their other hand to pull themselves back in the chair. And it's a great angle, that side on one, because you really do see the range, and maybe a little bit two-dimensional sometimes, and you suddenly see that other dynamic, and it really brings it to life a lot more. Plus the fact it's always good to see the facial expressions when they're playing. Here she goes. She's kind of the Peruvian girl's a little bit in charge of this rally now.
Oh,
there you go.
Just went wide.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse. So 16-13 to Yamazaki. 17-13, but it's been fairly even. I think it's a little bit of Pilar just trying to get into the rallies at an early enough stage to get the advantage. Seems a little bit on Yamazaki's racket at the moment.
There you go. See good depth in the first one. I mean, I know it's easy to say, but it's so important that whether it's a lift from the front of the court or it's clear, to get that, even if it's not in the corner, to get that depth, because it means that immediately the opponent can't hurt you too much from there. But the minute it's dropped short, then she has more control and more option. So at the minute it's good. She's And again, great shot there. So she's in control of this rally now.
Right over the back, and then she's
It's great play. So using the extremes, deep forehand corner, front, backhand side, making the Japanese girl move full depth. That's good. That's where she needs a good clear there to recover. That's a good shot. There you go.
That was just it. Earlier, Daniel was explaining, particularly with the men's wheelchair 2 class with with Kim Jung-jun, actually the combination of the flat clear into the smash, and that was his little trademark that he's. Can you just explain what were the different kinds of clears that the players hitting?
It's again like you'll see players trying to vary the pace in the game. And I think what Daniel would have been saying is that if you can hit that faster, harder clear, which is flatter, so it's quicker to get behind your opponent, it increases the pace of the rally. Here we're seeing quite high clears because they're looking really for depth. Get the other player to be right in the base of the court, back of the court. But I think you'll see in the men's game there's a lot of variety, but because they're always trying to force the pace, you see a lot flatter rallies, a lot flatter clears.
Okay, so we got a game point here, 2014. That one's in, so 2015, but still got 5 game points.
For me, she's still in the game, the Peruvian girl. It's just like, say, that the consistency of that first clear, maybe. She needs to make sure that she's getting that good depth. I mean, again, we always say this sometimes that when you're watching the wheelchair thing, change of ends, we could be looking at another 3-setter here, which is interesting. I don't know about the whole whether there's any drift or anything in here, or there's a change in ends. I've not heard anybody say.
I was talking to Daniel earlier on live comms, and he was saying not really. It's been the floor, the shuttle, the flight of the shuttle has been near perfect all week, and they're very enjoyable and comfortable for the players. So.
I mean, they've done a fantastic job here. I mean, the satin looks great. The floor they bring in for the wheelchairs now, it's about as good as you can get. So, always interesting though. I know that people don't like drifts in halls. I quite like them. It makes it more interesting, and how people cope with that.
So beginning of the second game, Yamazaki with the first game there. What does the Peruvian Pilar need to do to try and get the ascendancy here?
From us being on this end, we're going to be able to see really how deep her clears are. I mean, I think again, if we're looking, we've seen is Yamazaki coming back into the cameras at the back because of that clear. I mean. Yeah, it's better already, I think. Yeah, good depth. I just wonder whether the coach has actually mentioned to her to really try and force Yamazaki back. It's classic, isn't it? She's in the rally playing great clears, great depth. The first time she hits it short, and then she loses the rally. So maybe he's trying to say to her, like, keep her pushed at the back until you try and get that weak reply.
Of course, a lot of the players, they all know their opponents very well. They've played many times. So, again, talking to Daniel earlier, it is difficult for many of them to change their tactics against a player that they might have got a losing record against, because
it's the battle of the coaches, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the battle.
Exactly.
But Yeah, you're right enough, and often people say, you know, when you've got two players who are so well matched, they're physically the same, same chair, same good techniques, it's down to the mental side. You know, who's going to play the right shot, who's going to, you know, try and force the rally maybe. But yeah, I mean, certainly at the start, I think, you know, whatever the coach has said was trying to get her to force Yamazaki a little bit deeper this end, and we're seeing her playing a lot more shots towards the back of the court. That's a great shot. It's, you know, again, from a coaching perspective, one of the most difficult things in a wheelchair is to actually go to one position, back, and then go to the same place twice. And that was perfectly executed there by the Japanese player, just holding it and playing it back to the same place. Oh, that's a great shot. Cross court.
So, mentioned the mental game. With the components here, the wheelchair, the tactical and the technical, and then obviously then the mental. How does a coach build that all in as the one product and then manage that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, all the players would be here the same. The training they do, it's like in any sport, the actual ability to play repetitive strokes, the move, that's all comes second nature. You know, the tactical, yeah, okay, a coach can tell a player to do certain things and everything, they can do any shot they want. But players then having to execute that, you know, having to have the composure to say, okay, you know, I've been told to do this tactic. Yeah, I lost that rally, so I don't change it. I've still got to play this tactic. And often you get that. I know it's one of the most frustrating things as a coach. You kind of know the tactic they need to play. You'll tell them, they'll go and they'll do it for 2 rallies successfully. They might lose the next one, and then they change because they think it's not going to work. And I suppose a good thing now in badminton, the coach sits in the corner and he can reinforce that. You know, he can keep shouting at the player, saying, you do need to hit better depth, you do need to keep doing that, and then it's all about the execution then.
That one long, so extends the lead to 8-3. It's looking good for Yamazaki here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you know, looking at the two players, you'd say that Yamazaki is the more composed out of the two. You know, she's doing the basics right. She's not really making many errors at all. You can see the Peruvian girl's clears are really not forcing the Japanese girl back at all. Yeah, that's a better one. See, short, I mean, yeah, so Japanese players, it's just about on top here.
And it was in.
Yeah, it's very good. Again, hitting back to the same place second time. I mean, in the wheelchair, often you imagine you're actually going somewhere straight really quickly, and you have to brake, literally you have to stop and then reverse. So it's going from full speed to 0 speed and then to full speed again. So, I mean, it's quite a shame. I mean, I've done some coaching myself, obviously, in a wheelchair, and not used to being in a chair. It's incredible, the stress, not only on the arms though, but if you look at the body movement of the players, it's forwards, backwards. I mean, yeah, these guys, I know it is second nature, but still the physicality about the wheelchair is quite incredible, and that's why I particularly like the side-on shots, because you do get to see the range and how much work they have to put in to move in the chair and actually hit the shot as well.
And it's a long season, so the players are also having to manage the travel. We're 60% way into the qualifying periods, which started at the beginning of the year. So not only managing their sort of their peak levels and managing that when they get to the height, but the physical levels, lots of travel. So now that there's the world circuit for para badminton, there's extra things that the entourage and the players need to manage and think about.
I mean, it's, you know, again, being involved in the sport from the early days when you'd be booking your own flights and doing all that sort of stuff. I mean, it's now very, very professional. And like any sport, you know, you want to qualify for the Paralympics, you've got to manage your season. You've got to know exactly what events to play and what points you're doing. It's become incredibly professional on that score. and it's across the board. I mean, it's not like there's 2 or 3 players that definitely go in. I mean, in every category now, it's so competitive. There's people from all continents fighting for trying to get into Tokyo. It's not just one continent. It's some countries are very strong in a particular category. Like GB have had a great success in the short stature. An SL3. Japan absolutely fantastic in the wheelchair, but there's a really good spread. It's great.
Korea as well. Korea and
absolutely. I mean, it's great to see so many different countries playing our sport now.
Well, the race to Paris rankings, Pila is number 1 from the 6 tournaments. Yuma is 4th at the moment from 4 tournaments, but victory here. This is a level 1 this week at the 4 Nations Para Badminton International. So victory here will probably bring Yuma into that top 3, and with both of them look to be in pretty good position to qualify for Paris.
That inclusion in the Paralympics in Tokyo again just absolutely revolutionised the sport, because all of a sudden, we had World Championships, European, Pan Am, we had all those events. But in our sport, for sure, that gem at the end of that Tokyo Paralympics has revolutionised the sport. It's more countries are getting funding, more people are interested in our sport because they know that there's that ultimate goal that some can achieve. And not only do we see that, we see lots of countries taking part, but the quantity of people within those countries has increased now, because for the first time at Tokyo, you actually saw para badminton on television. And you could watch it. It was for us being a bit geeky when it comes to watching badminton, but it was just absolutely fantastic. You could say to your mates, you need to watch this.
It's amazing. That's why we got the cameras out here today, where we're trying to give more opportunities to showcase our product. And it's fantastic score. Currently 16-5. Yamazaki's in charge now, just wide, so 16-6.
Yeah, I think she's feeling pretty comfortable in this match now. Difficult to see what the Korean girl can actually do to change things about. Just maybe Yamazaki just a little bit more on it today. Better depth on her clears.
She's in control now.
Absolutely, yeah.
17-6. Very professional showing from Yuma. Maybe some confidence at seeing Serena get that win in the wheelchair 1 just minutes before. Yuma's just being able to get more depth to her clears compared to
I mean, in that right, it was great. You were talking about maybe playing slightly flatter clears. She's just pinned her opponent in the back corner, and she has control over it then. And usually in the wheelchair again, because of obviously the height, because they're sitting in a chair, it's quite difficult to hit smash with a steep angle. So often you'll see a really short clear, and as a non-disabled player, say, this is an easy smash. No, but because they're hitting it from a much lower angle, often it's impossible to put it on the floor. So you have to be a little bit more patient. Like here, you think, so she's done well.
Very good.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit more patient, and that's why you're seeing things like maybe slightly half smashes, not hitting it so hard, a little bit of slice on it, just to create that different angle.
And when you're when a coach would be, so obviously the 2 ladies on court right now, they're ranked 1 and 2 in the world at the top end of the rankings. So any new players who've been classified coming through, what would you pick from the best parts of their game to identify to someone new coming on to?
I think, it may be a bit boring to keep saying about depth of clear and stuff like that, but the reality is it's a front and back sort of game.
Yep.
So you need to be able to ping both corners at the back. It's quite funny, because originally the game in wheelchair was very much high clear, slow drop, block, these sort of one-dimensional shots. Now we're seeing, like a Peruvian girl a minute ago, just hit a cross-court clear with a bit of cut on it. So I think get the basics right. I mean, if you're starting, get used to your chair, get used to the front and back, stop, start, and all that. And I think once you start feeling a bit with your chair, then it's easy to play the more technical shots. And that's what these guys do. They're literally doing the same as the non-disabled or the standing players, the same repetition, but in the chair. So it's like second nature. But I can't explain how physical it is to be in a chair and to actually do what these guys do. And I'm just, like I said, I'm glad we're getting like the side-on shots, so you can see the actual physicality and the range of their movement.
So 19-12, just a few points for Yamazaki to get the win. Keeps playing it deep, and then up the front, beautifully played. So 20-12, match points now for Yuma Yamazaki to make it a double for Japan in the women's singles class 1 and class 2. And that's it. Yuma with the win.
I'm sure that it won't be long before they have another opportunity to play against each other and maybe right that wrong there.
For sure, the rivalry seems strong, and for the rest of the season there's Continental Championships, and then there's the Japan Para Badminton International, which I'm sure they'll be at. We've got the Dubai Para Badminton International, and then the World Championships next year. But Lyndon, thanks for joining us for this match.
Absolute pleasure.
I think I'm going to see you a little bit later for the women's doubles.
Excellent.
We're going to get James into the hot seat for the men's doubles, and we'll be back with you soon, viewers, for the next final. Stay tuned. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have our next final, which is the men's doubles wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2 final between Japan and Korea. So wheelchair 1 and 2 doubles. Yes, so we got the men's doubles wheelchair 1 and 2 is typically made up of a player from each of the sport classes. Wheelchair 1, where a player has an impairment to both limbs and trunk function, and a wheelchair 2 player who has impairment to one or both limbs and minimal or no impairment to trunk function. So we've both got the wheelchair 1 and 2. With me in commentary now is James Farmer from England. If you're a fan of wheelchair badminton, James was Martin Rook's coach for several years and getting towards Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. James, fantastic to have you in the comms box and calling the men's doubles match. And I'm sure you'll help us with the fans, tell us what's happening on court. Thanks for joining us.
No, thank you for joining. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me to come on and talk about some of these matches. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, especially after the men's singles final, which two of them played against each other earlier today. It was a great final in 3 sets, and yeah, hopefully this should be another good one.
Yes, so reminder, we've got Daiki Kajiwara and Kim Jun-jun who played the wheelchair 2 final earlier, and that was a fantastic final, went to 3 games. Kim Jun-jun really pushed Daiki, and now they're back on court maybe only 1 hour later. So how's that recovery process going to go for them?
Yeah, it's tough, especially they're long physical games in the wheelchair, and yeah, especially when it goes to 3, it can take its toll on your body, and especially after you've been doing it all week as well, then yeah, it's going to be tough on them, but I'm sure they'll still put on a great game, and it's going to be a good game to watch.
Yep, so we got the head-to-head 4-2 in favour of the Japanese, and they have won the last 2 as recently as the Canada Para Badminton International in June, with the Japanese winning in 3 games. That was really close, 21-11, 17-21, 21-16, and hopefully we can see another spectacle like that today. So James, what are we looking for here in the wheelchair doubles, where you've got the different classes, the 1 and the 2? How does that get played in a doubles environment?
Usually the shuttle gets hit more to the 1s, just because they are a bit more physically impaired, and so they move at such speeds up and down the court, but the 2s are still faster. So usually the shuttle gets played a bit more to the 1s.
And that's a tactic employed by the coaches and the players. Yeah,
the coach and the players. Yeah, it's more hit to the 1s, and the 2s really try and get round and rotate and cover as much as they can. But you'll see it's going a lot cross court now, and it's both being played on the wheelchair 1 players, and you can see how much they're pushed up onto the wheelchair 1 side, the wheelchair 2s who are next to them.
So the job of the wheelchair 2s, particularly Daiki and Junjun, they'll try to interject and try and intercept where possible, or is that also a little bit of a dangerous tactic to try and do that too much?
It can be dangerous if you push too far across. You can leave gaps on your side then, which the shuttle can be played into. But sometimes you've got to take a little risk to get a reward. So yeah, it just depends how much they're willing to risk. But at the moment, it seems to be they're staying on their half quite well, and they're not really doing too much rotation at the moment. So I'm sure that will change as it goes further on. But for now, it's just being played on the cross court on the halves at the moment.
So 4-3 here for Korea. Japan's just come back the last few points. Strong service from Moriyama. that continues. So they've won 4 straight points on Murayama's serve. Is that also something that we can look to expect, that there's momentum on the serve?
Yeah, usually players have got momentum on the serve, they'll try and get on with the next point as quick as possible, just to carry on that momentum, and usually you'll see quite a lot of shuttle changes or like going for a towel down or so on from the opposition pair to try and stop that momentum and try and break up the play a bit. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone tries to change a shuttle soon. But
and that's in again, so that's 5 straight points now.
But as you can see there, Kim tried to push up onto the half to cover the one, and he's pushed up and he's left a gap at the back, and they've just the Japanese have exposed that.
This will, I guess, will be the theme for the duration of the match. That's a little bit of a battle of tactics and just monitoring the different strategies and not doing too much of one thing, so you're not exposing.
Yeah, I think it'll carry on throughout the match, especially for these early stages, unless someone decides to change. But at the moment, it's all being played on the wheelchair one or down the middle.
So when it's being played down for the wheelchair one side, then then the gap open. So when it's just being played down the wheelchair one side, do the singles strategies come in, or how do you manage that, where maybe 10 consecutive hits are just from the one side? What's the coaching from the coaches that they employ to maybe switch it around? Because obviously just playing the same is not a winning strategy.
Yeah, I think they try and stick on that half, and then every now and again you'll see them put the shuttle towards the middle of the court to just try and cause a bit of confusion between the pairs.
Okay.
And as you saw on the last point, then it went down the middle, and they both left it for each other because they were just unsure about who's going to go for it. And sometimes you can get some points going that way. So yeah, I think the middle's quite important when you play a wheelchair, and if you've got a right and a left-hander, then it's both on their forehands and they both want to take it, so sometimes that can cause a bit of confusion.
So is that a interesting point with the Koreans? So is it an advantage to have the left and right hand combination, or in this case, because the middle is so important, it is a disadvantage for the Koreans?
I don't think it's an advantage or a disadvantage. It's just how it is, really, and I think sometimes it's good because it can come if you lose a bit of concentration as the opposition pair, you can forget who's a right and left-hander, and people are stronger different ways. But yeah, I think it's a bonus. It's not a bonus. It can go either way, really, sometimes. So yeah, it just depends how well you use it to your advantage. Yeah, but again, as we see there, Daiki has the Japanese two has pushed up to the side. He's left a gap in his back corner. The Koreans have seen that and they've just exposed it.
And he's done that a few times now, Daiki. So that's it's a tactic with lots of trepidation, because if it doesn't go to plan, it just opens up that whole other half court.
Yeah, it's a risk. It's a risk the wheelchair twos have to take, and they have to be prepared to cover it. But sometimes if their wheelchair one's in trouble, they have to really push across, and that's when the gaps start opening up. But like now, there's no gaps really. They're just they're trying to like prod and probe and try and find a gap until something opens up. But as you can see there, the wheelchair twos covered the one, and then it gets put back onto the ones again. They start playing cross court.
Yeah. Oh, good play there from Murayama.
Yeah, it was a really good hold on the net.
So how have you found the week, James? It's been an amazing spectacle. We've been running 2 wheelchair courts, 3 standing courts, all here at the English Institute of Sport. You've been coaching some of your athletes earlier in the week. What have you made of it?
No, I think it's been great. We were really looking forward to having it here. We train upstairs in our own hall, and when it got announced here, I think all the players were really looking forward to it. It's an opportunity for their families to come. Their families don't get to see them play live as much because they're travelling all over the world. They've just been to Canada. In a week's time we go to Holland for the European Championships. So no, it's been really good having it here. We still treat it as a normal tournament. They stayed in a hotel away from their families like it would be a normal tournament to try and keep some normality. And yeah, I think it's been great having everyone here, all the physios, the S&C coaches, the nutritionists, all the coaches, everyone's family. Now I think it's been a great opportunity for everyone to come down and watch, and I think a lot of people have come down and watch. Even some of our juniors who we coach in the evening have been down. They've been supporting the players. They come in and play against and train against them sometimes. So yeah, I think it's good, and hopefully it'll get run here again.
It's been amazing, and the feedback from the players has been overwhelming in support. Oh, lovely finish there from the Koreans. So they go to the interval 11-10. That was amazing. What did the Koreans do well on that point just then?
I think they exposed the court to get a short lift, and once that lift has come short, it's a lot easier to find the gaps. So when you don't get your length on the lift or a clear, it then becomes, especially in doubles, there's a lot more space than singles. It's a bit easier to find a gap, and if you find that gap, usually you'll be successful with it.
Very good. So 11-10 right now. It's quite even. Doesn't seem to be much in it, or neither side showing a weakness. So I think we could expect this to go back and forth all the way to 21. I think Junjun got, even though he lost the final earlier, he got a lot of confidence of taking a game off Daiki. First time of taking a game off Daiki since the Paralympics in 2020. So long as he's got the endurance okay, and he's been able to recover and rest, it seems like the Koreans have some confidence to take it to the Japanese today. Yeah, no,
the Japanese have been very dominant since the Paralympics in the wheelchair categories. They've really improved since the Paralympics, and Daiki, people are struggling to beat him in singles at the moment. And yeah, he's tough, really tough for everyone to play against. I think the Paralympics came at a really good time for him. He, before that, JJ, Kim, and Dan Chan were beating him. Yeah. And then just as the Paralympics came round, he ended up winning, and since then he's been very tough to beat.
So what's obviously Murayama's the wheelchair one, but when you know you've got a superstar in Daiki next to you, what's Murayama's role in a doubles combination?
I think Murayama's role is just to be quite solid and try and work the shuttle as much as he can onto Daiki, relieve pressure off himself. And yeah, if I was coaching him as a player, I'd want him just to be solid, keep that shuttle going cross court, try and get the shuttle onto Daiki. I mean, Murayama's brilliant. He can come out with some amazing shots, but we all know, like you said, Daiki's the superstar, and he will hit some winning shots out of nowhere. So yeah, I think that should be the plan for them. At the moment, the Koreans are playing really well. They're putting the shuttle onto Murayama quite well, and not giving him too much opportunities to get the shuttle onto Daiki. So I think as long as they continue that tactic, they could be successful here.
14-12. just short there. It seems to in the doubles as opposed to the singles where the clears of different varieties, a lot more flatter exchanges in the doubles at the net. So you do play the depth of the court back, but there's a lot of cross court at the front.
Yeah, I think they do that. They play the flatter clears to try and get their partner involved at the net, to try and get their opponent on the stretch, so they struggle to get the shuttle back and really try and push up the court to put the pressure on around the net. I think you're in wheelchair, you're not going to hit too many smash winners. A lot of the winners are going to come from the front of the court or by exposing the space on there.
Wonderful there from Daiki, that use of the chair and the flick, the backhand flick.
Yeah, so as you can see on that point just gone, Kim has had to come across and cover because his partner's really exposed at the front. Daiki's seen that and he's turned the shuttle really well into the space. I think that's how they're going to get success during this game, is really trying to pin the Korean one at the back of the court, get JJ to come across and cover, and then expose that space on the cross court.
Now, Troy's also world number 1 in wheelchair 1 and just won this morning. If he feels like he's getting pinned, what can he do, or does he really need to rely on Junjun to help him out, or how do you, if momentum's going one way and you feel like you're getting pinned, how do you change that?
I think he just got to be patient. I think if he tries to rush, he'll force errors, and again, if you make a lot of errors in this game, it can go away quite quickly from you, and the momentum can change. I think he's just got to be patient, keep fighting to do what he can to get that shuttle back, and really try and get Kim involved in the game. I think he's played some really good some drops to help him get out of trouble at the moment when he's at the back of the court. So if he keeps playing these drops to get him out of trouble, I'm sure he'll get some success. Just like one there, he's really cut that down with some nice pace, and he's ended up winning the point.
Indeed, and a reminder to the fans watching, Hiroshi Murayama he hasn't had to play this morning in the singles. As Choi Jungman, he won his singles. So out of all the 4 players on court right now, Murayama's the fresh man.
Yes.
And it's showing that he's able to, you can see that freshness just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think sometimes it can go both ways. Sometimes some players like having a match before another match. It means you're used to the haul on the day, and you're ready for your second game. And especially if you've won, obviously you've got that confidence going into your next game as well. So it can be a positive. But yeah, Murayama, I'm sure he's fresh, and he'll be preparing for this game most of the day. While Daiki's been playing his singles, and he'll be focusing on what he needs to do to try and win this game.
The Koreans have a 3-point lead at the moment and make that 4-point lead, 20-16. They've got game points now. They've taken control these last few minutes.
Yeah, no, they've been these last couple of rallies. They've really stepped it up.
Just wide. That would have been a brilliant shot.
Choi, I think that's the first one I've seen him miss on his drops. He's been putting them on the floor quite well, and that's the first one he's missed really. And it's hopefully he doesn't miss too many more, or this set will go back to 20-all.
Exposed himself there a bit. Junjun tried to go to the centre, and then Daiki did well to play down the line.
Yeah, Daiki really used his vision there and just saw that space and exposed Kim.
Oh, wonderful. So that's the first game. Kim Junjun with the flat smash. Unable to get it back from Murayama, so Korea takes the first game 21-18. What's the communication like in doubles, James? There's a lot of switching of the wheelchairs from side to side. some of it seems instinctual. Other of it's maybe a signal or a call or something like that. And maybe each team has different approaches to it, but how does it typically work?
I think when you're more in trouble and you're taking the shuttle a lot later, that sometimes you will hear the pairs call out, and they'll be asking for their partner to cover them at the front or the back, wherever the space is. But when it's just they're not in trouble and it's a bit more neutral in the rally, then it's quite instinctive. They'll have worked on it many a times in training, and they'll be playing matches every week, and they'll get used to just naturally moving around each other and covering the spaces. But you will hear them call out sometimes when they are really in trouble, because it just lets give their partner that extra second to try and make sure they can cover that gap for them.
So what's the Japanese coach saying to Daiki and Hiroshi right now?
I think if it was me, I think Murayama's been struggling to get his length towards the back of the court. He's really getting pinned at the back, and I'd be trying to tell him to drop the shuttle more, bring it to the front, and try and get out of trouble that way, rather than he's hitting his clears quite short, and then it's becoming quite easy for the Koreans to find them gaps on some smashes and some drops and some slices. I think he should. I think he really needs to try and use the front of the court a bit better.
Very insightful there, James. So we're ready to begin game 2. Let's see if the Koreans can close it out in straight games, or Japan can come back here. Good start there from Daiki Katsuyara. So this side angle, James, really shows the movement and the up and down the court laterally from the vertically from the plate.
Yeah, I think it really shows on the side angles how fast they actually move in the wheelchairs, the power they have in their arms, and this pace that they can move that chair at is really showing on those side angles, and they're unbelievable when you watch them play. They're so fast. I used to play against Martin myself. I'd get in the wheelchair and play against him, and afterwards your arms are always very sore, so you're having to really put some force through that chair to get up and down that court quickly.
You can see the racket skills of the Koreans there with the wipe shot.
Yeah, they're really slicing and cutting that shuttle down really well. Especially Choi, who's got some really good control down to that service line, and it's really hard for the Japanese to do much with it.
Minutes so far. A lot of quick rallies. The rallies haven't been as long as we've seen before, or can be. Generally quite quick today.
Yeah, I think they're being both pairs are trying to be quite aggressive. And when you're aggressive, obviously you can have some quick points come your way, but you can also make some really cheap errors and give the opponent some points. So I think depends how patient they want to be, but if their coaches have told them to be a bit more aggressive with their shots, then that risk comes with a reward.
A wonderful movement there by Kim Jun-jun. he was quick to cut that one off at the net.
Yeah, he's. I think Kim's. I'm not sure if he's the fastest. It's definitely between him and Daiki. They're very close, but he is unbelievably quick in that chair. You watch him move across the court and how well he covers his partner. He's nearly playing 2/3 of the court because you can cover that much of it.
Oh, lovely shot there from Murayama.
I think what Murayama did there is better than what he did in the first set. He really tried to bring that one down, and instead of clearing it and pushing him and trying to get to the back and not getting his length, I think that's the way he's going to get back into this game a bit better.
Junjun maybe tried to bite off a little more he could chew there. He tried to intersect it, hit it deep into that corner, but then couldn't make it across to the front court.
Yeah, I think he just hit the shutter too flat, and he didn't give him enough time to get back to the front of the court, and he left that space there. And Murayama with brilliant accuracy to bring that shuttle down then.
So your coaching tips for Murayama's playing off. He's that change from going the long clear to the dropping it short. That's having an effect already for the Team Japan.
Yeah, I don't know if the Japanese coach was listening to me or could even understand me, but hopefully that's worked.
You might get a job, mate. We'll get a secure line into the Japanese coach for it.
I'm not sure England would be too happy if I left that
Probably
role.
not. No. Probably not legal either. So it's 8-6 now. So Japan up by 2. Oh, he's finding his rhythm now, Murayama.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot better this set. He's not tried to play that shot to the back of the court, and he's bringing everything down, and he's getting some success. I don't know if they can see on the camera, but at the I think the officials have done a nice touch by putting Sheffield in shuttles at the back of the court down there. I think it was on the camera at a different angle a minute ago, but it's a really nice touch from them.
Yes, that's done by the host in the background. All the shuttles are laid out.
Yeah, I think you can just see it on the camera now.
Try and get a close-up of that a little bit later, but it's been fantastic here in Sheffield. Just having a look now, the stadium's filling out. We're getting all the players coming in to watch their competitors. It's quite full down the bottom. And very soon after the conclusion of play, we'll have the presentations. So everyone comes, watches all the prize giving. It's a real community, family feel, isn't it? The para badminton community.
Yeah, I think everyone in the para badminton community gets on really well. And everyone supports each other. Even when you're not playing your games, you're always watching your teammates, or you're always watching other matches. And down below you can see all the Japanese players who are not playing, and all the Korean players who are not playing. They're all really behind the court supporting their teammates.
So we're at the interval, 11-7. Japan has the advantage here in game 2 of this men's doubles wheelchair 1 and 2 final. Japan won the men's singles wheelchair 2, and Korea won the men's singles wheelchair 1. So it's one apiece so far from the singles. So this is the decider who claims pride from between Team Japan and Korea in the men's wheelchair classes. But so far this one could go either way. Japan's getting the ascendancy in this game, so we could be going to a decider.
Yeah, I think Korea might need to start changing up how they're playing. I think they're still playing the same way, and the Japanese have adapted. And I think hopefully the coach then has told them something, given some new ideas to try in this second half of this set.
Wide there from Daiki.
You don't see him miss them very often.
No, he's a bit disappointed there. Realised the error. Great rally there. Just into the net from Korea. Well done there by Choi. He sustained the pressure well from Murayama and Daiki and was able to
Yeah, he did
put
brilliantly.
Daiki into a vulnerable position on that backcourt.
Yeah, he did brilliantly to get all them shots back. He was really under pressure in the start of that rally, and he did well to turn that around.
Daiki and Hiroshi, they are the bronze medalists from the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Kim Jung-jung is in a new partnership now, a new pairing with Choi Jung-man. Before that, he won the silver at Tokyo 2020 with Lee Dong-shop. Of course, the Chinese are not here this week, and the Chinese performed very well in the wheelchair at the Paralympics 2 years ago. So they are not here this week.
Yeah, the Chinese pair are very strong. Their wheelchair one player is brilliant on it. He's really good at, when he hits the shuttle. He's got great hitting action, good technique, and he really covers that court well as well. So I think they're going to be tough to beat, but I think the Koreans in this new partnership can really cause them some problems.
And that's of course Kuzi Mo, who we're talking about. Yep. In October there is the Asian Para Games in China and in Guangzhou. So the Koreans, the Japanese, and the Chinese will be battling quite strongly for those medals in all the wheelchair classes.
Yeah, and it'll just depend which side of the draw the Chinese go into, because I don't think they'll be seeded 1 or 2. I think these will be the number 1 and 2 seeds for that tournament. So it depends which half the Chinese pair go into, but they will definitely be causing some problems in the semi-final of one of these pairs.
The Koreans are now on a roll a little bit. They, after trailing at the interval, they've fought back well now to gain the ascendancy. So you said earlier that the Koreans had to maybe change up what they had done for the first game, because the Japanese had tweaked their approach. Now the Koreans have got control back.
Yeah, I think they've seen that Daiki's really pushed up on that side, and they're actually playing it more to his side now to expose the spaces he's leaving, and they're really getting some success with it there. Daiki's really on the stretch at the back because he's really trying to cover his partner, and unfortunately for the Koreans then that was just out, but that tactic seems to be working for them at the moment.
the Koreans are ranked #1 in the world. They finished second in Canada. Obviously, the Japanese won in Canada, but so far this year, the Koreans have won in Thailand, and they won at the Spanish Para Badminton International in Toledo earlier this year. So they've won 2 titles, the Koreans so far.
Yeah, no, I think when China aren't here, this is usually the final most times. There is some tough pairs along the way. There's a strong German pair in there.
Who are the world champions?
Yes, they are. They're very strong. You've got another strong Japanese pair in there. But usually, more than not, it is these 2 in the final, and it can go either way sometimes.
Yeah. So Daiki and Hiroshi, so far they've won 3 titles already this year in Spain, Brazil and Canada. So they're looking for back-to-back the victory here. 18-17. So the Koreans have an opportunity to close this out before going to a decider. Let's see if they can do it.
No, I think this next point's really important to either open up a gap or it goes back level again.
Just long. So back level, 18 all. Well played there from Moriyama.
Yeah, brilliant control that from Moriyama. That looked like it was bang on the line, and yeah, I don't think Kim could do much about that.
Into the net there from Choi, so very quickly turned it around. 3 straight points for Hajiwara and Moriyama. Now they've got game point.
Yes, and it looks like this one will be going to another 3-setter again.
Oh, amazing rally here.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic.
Choi down on, did amazingly well to keep that rally alive. He was isolated a bit and he was able to get it back over and keep it. And then Junjun just took over control from there.
Choi was sideways at one point then, and he still managed to get the shuttle back. That's just out, I think.
Out. So we're going to a decider. 21-19. So 21-18 in the first game to the Koreans, and then equally as tight, 21-19 in the second to the Japanese. Been on court for 37 minutes. It's a very cliche way, but could go either side this one.
Yeah, I think at the end then it was just a couple of brilliant shots from the Japanese and a couple of costly errors from the Koreans, but cost them that, especially being 18-17 up. Yeah, it took a swing, and yeah, I think them situations you make errors at the back end of a set, and you'll more likely than not you'll lose them.
So last instructions there from the coaches. if you were in their shoes, what would you be saying?
I think they've just got to make sure that at the start of this set they both pairs they really get back on it and try not to let a big lead go away, and make sure that it's close going into the break at 11, and then we'll see what tactics they come out there. But I'd tell them just to make sure they're really focused, trying to give any cheap points away, and try and be as close as you can to getting to 11, I think.
So managing also the physical side of it. 3 of the guys have played singles already. Going deep into the 3rd game. Will the endurance levels be tested, or these guys are all pros and they'll be all fine?
I think their endurance levels will still be tested. I think I saw Choi using like a little ice pack on his face and the back of his neck. I think he must be feeling the heat a bit down there on the court, but I'm sure he'll still be putting in everything he can to try and close out this 3rd set.
Don't want too many unforced errors there, like that one from Murayama. Everything needs to go to plan for, I think, Japan to get this one.
Yeah, and that's 2 errors straight away from Murayama, and I think he just needs to bring his margins in a bit and just play a bit safer these next couple of rallies to hopefully get a couple of points back.
Well, he had success in the beginning of that 2nd game by playing a little bit more safer towards the net, so he perhaps needs to go back to that game plan.
Just like you've seen that one, that's what he's just done then. He's played a couple of drop shots, well past the service line, giving himself plenty of margin, and he's hit a good winner.
So playing that front court game gives him more margin, but it's also seeming to take Choi. Choi's more comfortable from the back.
Yeah,
because the depth of the clear is not as well executed from Murayama, whereas the front court play, Choi doesn't seem as comfortable coming forward.
Yeah, and his lifts towards the back of the court to Choi are really putting him at the back. But I think his clears are still a bit short. Like that one was a bit short. But luckily for him, Choi hit an even shorter one back, and he's been able to find the space on Kim's side.
Just short.
Yeah, he just clipped the net cord, that one. I think it was going to go in until it hit the net cord.
Well done from Choi there.
Yeah, he really exposed that space at the front of the court then, got Daiki to come across and cover, and then found a big gap on the straight side to him.
Off the frame there.
I think it's looking like we could see another 18 or 19 in the 3rd with the way it's going.
It's got that feeling, does it?
Yeah.
Right to the end. Flip of the coin kind of stuff. 42 minutes so far. I think we'll be pushing almost the hour mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it hits an hour just under that.
Oh, right idea, but misses from Choi. It's fascinating to see the roles here of the 1s and the 2s and the different roles they're playing. Definitely the 1s are hitting the shuttle more often than the 2s, and then it's the strategies employed by the 2s to interject, but it's not always a gamble, but it's a lot more risk of the shot making that the 2s are trying to play.
Yeah, and usually when it comes to the 2s as well, they'll be the one trying to put the pressure on and hit the winners. So it's really important that they keep their concentration when that shot comes to them, because they've got an important job to try and be winners, win them points as soon as it comes to them, and really try and put some pressure on the other one and find the spaces.
6-all here. It's long. It's going 1 point either way. Back and forth already.
And just like that then, that's Dykey's come onto the shuttle. It's his first shot in that rally, and he could have won the point, or he's made an error, and that's where the two has got to make sure they're really on it when that shuttle comes to them.
So how do you train for that in doubles training? Would the players practice like not hitting the shuttle in a rally for 10 consecutive shots and then having to hit a winner? Is that practice?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different practices you can do. They might even, especially when they're wanting to move and they're wanting to cover, they might even just not even be hitting the shuttle at all and just make sure they're moving in the right spots without the shuttle being there. And then when they bring the shuttle into play, it's about making sure that you're accurate when that shot comes to you. So there is practices where they might go 5, 6, 7 shots without hitting the shuttle, and then it comes to them, and they've got to make sure that they're not making errors, and they're really trying to find the gaps and the spaces on the court. That was another brilliant point from the Koreans then.
Got that advantage again, 10-8. Feel that if they can get that margin out to 4 points, it'll be tough for the Japanese to get back.
Yeah, I think 2 points there's not much in it, but if you open up a gap to 3, 4 or 5 points, then that gap starts becoming quite big.
And you can see the pressure already that Daikei's under to make. He's like almost trying to force things to happen.
Yeah, and I think he's done that. He's done that 2 or 3 times in his first half, and he's made an error 2 or 3 times on him. So he needs to really try and cut that out in the second half if they want to come back and win this game.
So we're at the interval. 11-8. Koreans have the advantage here. Let's see if they can close it out. So James, what's the preparations for your guys and the athletes under your tutelage? What's next on the horizon?
I think deservedly they'll have a couple of days off now.
Yep.
I think a couple of days. I think they're back in on Tuesday afternoon to make sure they still do their strength and conditioning program, and then they'll be back on court training from Wednesday, and we fly to Holland on Saturday for the European Championships.
It's the European Para Games?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. The European Para Games, so they're in Rotterdam.
In Rotterdam, yes. Yeah. So we'll be flying to Amsterdam first, and then we'll be getting across from Amsterdam to Rotterdam.
Fantastic. What's the hopes for the team?
High hopes. We're expecting, we're hoping Daniel gets a goal. We're expecting Daniel to get a goal.
That's Daniel in the SL3?
Yeah, that's Daniel in the SL3.
Who won today, incidentally, on our other court.
Yeah, and he got gold today, so we're hoping for that again. Jack and Rachel in the S86 mixed doubles. We're hoping for a goal from them. In the S86 men's singles, you've got Jack and Kristen. There's a very good player from France called Charles Noakes, and he'll be tough to beat. But we're hoping whoever plays him can beat him, and hopefully we can get them both in the final.
Amazing rally here. Oh, well done by the Japanese there.
Yeah, it's a very accurate smash in his right hip, and it's hard to get the shuttle out of there when it's accurate.
It's long. And so we're back together. 11-all.
Yes, I won't be surprised if it goes to 19-all soon.
Oh, lovely shot. That's his trademark, Choi. Is that he played several during the singles match, obviously not quite as a cross court, but that wipe shot, cut shot. And in the doubles, it's been of high effect today.
Yeah, especially when he's leaning so far back as well in that chair to get that angle on the shuttle again.
Oh.
I think if he's having some success on that at the moment, I'd try and keep that going and try and keep putting that shot in if he's winning some rallies with it.
What do Daiki and Hiroshi need to do if Choi is having so much success with that? What do they need to do?
I think they need to play on the other side. So at the moment they're because he's left-handed, they're putting it into his forehand corner, and it's giving him the angle and to be able to bring that racket across and pull that shot across. I think they need to play it more towards the middle, so he doesn't have the opportunity to get the same angle on it and try and cut that out. Just like that lift there, it gets Kim involved. If they play it like it is now onto that side, then he just gets that angle to be able to play it.
So this is where the left-right hand combination of the Koreans is causing some problems. If you play down the middle, Kim's able to have interject, and he's had success doing that. And if you keep playing to the forehand of Choi, you're on his left forehand, and he's having some success.
Yeah, and I think the Japanese, just to start each rally, need to remember which side Choi's on and which side Kim's on, so that they know when to not play it into that forehand corner when it goes to Choi, so he can't use that shot to get some winners.
Oh, Daiki, brilliant there. Oh, another fantastic rally, well done from Murayama to get that point.
Looked like Murayama copied Choi's idea then with that cross drop.
Now, the standard is just unbelievable. Both teams putting on a great show here. Very nice there. They're just hanging in there, the Japanese. It's not quite out of their reach yet. But
No, the Koreans keep opening up a bit of a gap, and the Japanese keep pegging it back.
Choi again with success down the middle. He's been very impressive today, Choi.
Yeah, no, he's probably been more effective than Kim has in this game. He's really stepped up. I think that singles win will give him some confidence going into this, and yeah, he's really showing that in this match.
As we say, that commentator's curse straight into the net. Saiki interjects there, and he's made it.
Yeah, I think these next couple of points would be really important for the Japanese to get back, because if they'd have lost that couple, I think the gap would have been too big for them to get back.
Yeah. They've just gained enough momentum back to keep it alive. On Murayama's serve. Too good again, Choi.
Yeah, he's been
They're just playing to his advantage.
Yeah, he's onto his forehand side, and he's really been fantastic with them drops. Apart from the commentator's curse on the shot before, he's been playing them very well today.
It's 18-16 here. Oh, that was close. I think it's been overruled.
Yeah.
It was called in by the line judge. I think the umpire's overruled it. Yes. Just short, I think. So 19-16. Now 20-16, and we've got match points. It's amazing how quick it can all just turn around.
Yeah, the Japanese got a couple back, and then the Koreans have just really pushed on these last couple of points to open up this gap.
And that call could have gone over way, and that overturned call. Oh, Choi, the master, he's done it again. His racket skills superb today.
Yeah, I think he's been the best player on that court today.
Yeah. He's got the double as well, got the singles and now the doubles for Choi. Absolutely brilliant. But that was an outstanding men's doubles match. Absolute pleasure to watch. Final score 21-16 in the third game. So just wrapping that one up, fantastic win from the Koreans. James, it's been a pleasure to have you on commentary for this one. It was an amazing match and great showcase of men's wheelchairs double.
No, and yeah, I think it was a brilliant match for everyone watching, and I appreciate you having me on here. I hope I could help by sharing some information on the wheelchair doubles tactics, and yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the game at home.
Absolutely brilliant. Thanks, James.
You for that.
Stay tuned with us, folks. We've got two more finals left. We've got a women's doubles and then the mixed doubles final. Stay tuned.
This is the 4 Nations Para Badminton International. This finals day and penultimate final of the day, heading on to course number 4. They have technical officials from England.
Hello, folks. We're back again, and we now have the women's doubles final. I've got Lyndon back in the hot seat with me. Lyndon, we just saw an absolutely amazing men's doubles. What were your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm actually glad I was watching from over there, not trying to commentate on it. But to be honest, I mean, it was probably one of the best wheelchair men's doubles games I've seen. The tactics actually are fantastic because, you know, we're seeing 2 wheelchair 1s and 2 wheelchair 2s. In theory, the wheelchair 1 players are more disabled, but that doesn't mean that they're actually a lesser player. I mean, the technical skills on both pairs was fantastic, and what I liked about it is, the wheelchair 1 guys are trying to battle it out, and the wheelchair 2 guys are trying to slot in and try and sort of rotate a bit, and it was absolutely brilliant to watch, and it could have gone either way. It's just those slight tactical decisions and that are made at the end that make all the difference. But again, we're seeing sort of two doubles pairs at the top of their game there, and again it bodes well for what's going to happen when they get to Paris.
And obviously in what a lot of our fans will be watching on the World Tour, you got double specialists and very much form their whole game plan as double specialists in their career. Here your players playing the singles and the doubles. What's that transition like, having played a singles match, and then we saw Choi, his forehand cut, obviously across court, that's full court, as opposed to using just a half width court. So how, in just a matter of hours, minutes, you transition from singles players to double in a wheelchair?
Well, I think the first thing it shows that these guys are physically really strong. I mean, JJ is, because he's both a double leg amputee. He's a little lighter in the chair, but he's very, very fidgety. There's a lot of action going on. But I think because it's a completely different game, like you've mentioned, they've got the use of the full court. They can hit, cross court clears, cross court blocks. They can use the full array of shots, and I think it's very much more tactical in the doubles. Like I said, you'll see and we'll see it again in the ladies here. We'll see the 2 wheelchair 1 players dueling it out a little bit, maybe half court, and then the odd cross. The lesser impaired wheelchair 2 women will be trying to sort of get involved in that rally, and I think it's because it's very tactical. The ladies, I think that switch from singles to doubles is quite simple for these guys. They'll have set plays, that they'll know what their partner's doing. So. And I'll be surprised, but we'll see exactly the same tactics here in the ladies, with the more impaired wheelchair 1 players trying to duel it out a little bit, and we'll see the lesser impaired wheelchair 2 trying to fit in and trying to intervene, and it becomes sometimes a little bit of a patience game. But fascinating game, I think.
So we've got the women's doubles wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2, and again it's made up of a wheelchair 1 player who has impairment to both limbs and trunk function, and a wheelchair 2 player who has impairment to one or both limbs and minimal or no impairment to trunk function. So like the men's doubles final that we've just seen, where we've now got the women's doubles, it'll be interesting to see how the tactics and strategy that we saw in the men's game and how that works in the women's final, and how the wheelchair 1s will try and take control. Here again for the Team Japan, we've got Serena Satomi and Yuma Yamazaki. They've won the singles. They've claimed the double already. It'll be interesting to see how the Thai girls can put up a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting as well, looking from this end, you'll see immediately that the difference in the height of the back of the chairs. You've got Yamazaki here on the right with a lower back, meaning she's got more core ability, and a partner there with a slightly higher back, meaning she needs a little bit more support when she's reaching backwards. Well, let's see how it goes here.
So 2-0 underway here, with the Japanese off to a good start.
So there we're seeing, they're trying to seek out, the wheelchair 1s are trying to seek each other out, but again, it's you don't see a lot of rotation. There's a little bit in the men's, but it's because the lesser impaired player is trying to cover her partner quite a lot. So you'll see they'll shadow each other often in their movement. When the wheelchair 1 goes into play a shot, the wheelchair 2 will almost like follow them.
So the Thai pair, they've just played twice this year. once this year, and they got a win. They won the Canada Para Badminton International, the Canadian, the Thai pair, sorry. And the Japanese, they have had a very successful year. They've been 4 tournaments, 4 victories, both tournaments in Spain, Thailand and Bahrain. So both teams are in good form, but the Japanese are out to a hot start here, 6-0.
Yeah, and I think like we mentioned earlier in the singles, even though they were playing half court, depth is really important in the doubles, and because you can use all 4 corners, you've got much greater angles you can use. But I think again we'll see pairs trying to get that 1 clear, 2 clear, trying to force the opponent to the back, hopefully opening up the front of the court.
And, the head-to-head is 2-1 in favour of the Thais, but interestingly, all those matches happened about 5 years ago.
Oh.
So they haven't faced each other in a long time. So interesting to see where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite interesting, actually. That you'd expect them to have a few more recent matches, but
so yeah, two matches in 2018 and 1 match in 2019. All before the Tokyo Paralympic Games. It's been almost 4 years since they've last faced off in a final.
Again, very interesting watching there. It's a tactic you'll see a lot in the wheelchair game, where players will clear down the centre of the court. Again, for any club players out there, generally you're trying to hit the sides or whatever. But in here you try and sometimes play clears down the middle, because you're forcing the chairs almost to try and go for the same shot. And then again it opens up gaps on both sides. But normally these pairs will have, coordinate. They'll know what they're doing on that. If it goes down the middle, maybe the wheelchair 2 player will always play it. But
so 9-2. Satomi and Yamazaki very comfortable at the moment.
And again, it's very much, you have to be patient in here. Concentrate getting those good depth of clears. Maybe not going for too many at the front of the court, but, where there's more chance of making an error. So the Japanese parents just doing that a little bit better at the minute.
Just wide, that one.
It's always interesting when you get to this, a team's raced away, and it'd be really good to hear what the
coaches are saying.
Yeah.
What would you be saying to the Thai team right now, Lyndon?
Well,
what do they need to do to change it around?
I think, to be fair, I know they're not nervous, but they're playing a little bit nervous. It's maybe they're just trying to 2 clears, maybe, and they really need to say, okay, we're just going to stick in yoga and hit maybe 3, 4 clears, maybe pin the wheelchair 1 girl on the other side a little bit, because they're at the minute they're just giving points away. And I think it's the wheelchair 2 player on the far side is playing the bulk of the shots, but maybe a partner needs to try and sort of get a little bit more involved in this.
Yeah, that's Amnoi Wetwitan from Thailand. I think the Japanese are doing well trying to isolate.
There we go. That's better. Okay, so like three good clears, good depth, and an open at the front of the court. I'm sure the coaches will be encouraging them to do more of the same. But again, like you're 12-3 down, but this things can change so quickly in the wheelchair game, and it's just a matter of letting actually settle down a little bit on the far side, a bit more consistent.
What we saw in the men's doubles was, once you found out the secret to unlocking the avenue to attack, then some of the points flowed freely. So as soon as the Japanese men started targeting the front court a little bit, rather than getting caught short on their clears to the back, then they had more success. So it's just a matter of these Thai girls trying to find out what plan's going to work for them against the strong Japanese.
There you go, so they're starting to pin the wheelchair one girl on this side a little bit, and that's exactly what they need to do.
And that's the game plan then.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think, again, when you, because we're up higher, we can see, like, if you see how far back the wheelchairs are coming, they're still hitting clears a little bit short, I would say. Yeah, see, I mean, you'd expect it to hit a good length, the chair just to come back into the back tram lines. But that's better, see. And again, better there, so.
And a slight miss hit there from Serena under pressure. So 13-5 now.
And that's purely from just hitting a good length continuously in the same rally. Oh, that's better.
Oh, well done, Yamazaki.
Yeah.
Bit short.
Absolutely.
Clear. And yeah, the Thai girl just put herself under pressure there.
It's almost as simple as that. Sometimes you're hitting a good length and the next one's maybe a couple of feet shorter, and that's all it needs to actually end up under pressure in the rally. Just trying to work out what the signals are behind the back, whether fingers down means short serve or.
You're not fluent in serving code?
I think I mean, these guys obviously know what they're signalling, but I think the last one, the fingers were down and she served short, so maybe that's the code on that one.
So 15-6 now. Comfortable so far for the Japanese.
So there we go. What's this going to be? Okay, so 2 fingers to the right means flick serve.
Wonderful insights from Lyndon there. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Fantastic day of finals action from the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2023 at the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. This is our penultimate final. Still got mixed doubles to follow. Please join us. Lyndon, we had a fantastic standing finals as well. Anything that caught your eye on some of the other finals we've seen today?
I mean, funny enough, I was just chatting to the GD coach, Richard Morris, a few minutes ago, and we were just saying it's the level across the board has gone up. Everybody's physically much fitter, everybody's stronger, so you can imagine with that the actual length of games as well is again a little bit longer, but I would say technically now everybody's improved so much, so the range of shot, you know, we're seeing lots more cuts, drops, crosses, you name it. It's really gone up another level, and I expect that come Paris we're going to see yet another leap in development. You know, as everybody gets better in the chairs, you know, everybody gets better playing on their prosthetics. You know, it's just it's great to see, and you know, I think I've been involved since sort of late 90s, and it's I suppose you'd call it's absolutely revolutionised from those early days to what we see now. Particularly like the SL3 men's singles with the victory for Dan Bethel from GB in a repeat.
Very
of
popular.
The final the repeat of the final from Tokyo. Again, a completely different game. Dan's gone up another level, and you know, it showed today. He was in complete control and just looked like a completely different athlete to the one maybe we saw in the final in Tokyo.
And a lot of these, as we were talking earlier, a lot of these players and pairs, their rivalries are quite intense and close because they play the same players all over again, and so these rivalries are formed and have now lasted over several years. That's
right. I mean, I think the men's singles final we saw in the wheelchair 2. I mean, the Japanese players, maybe, you know, before Tokyo, yes, people knew him and everything, but he really exploded on the scene in Tokyo, which is probably the best place to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
And now again, well, I wouldn't say he's completely overtaken all the others, but you know, he's really sort of ploughing through the rounds quite easily, and he's really setting the bar high again. But quite rightly, JJ, the Green player, who has been around for a long time, but it's in incredible condition, and his game's got better now. So whereas I think a couple of tournaments ago he's lost to the Japanese player quite easy, but we saw today that there was, you know, really close, 3 hands, you know, a close match. And again, same in the doubles, you know, that their level's gone up. And same will apply for the ladies' doubles. We're seeing, you know, much closer matches, and everybody's level has just improved so much.
It's a game point here, 2010 to the Japanese. Well done there from Wetwitan.
I think Wetwitan seems to be playing the bulk of the strokes for the tie pair, and I think, you know, maybe second set. I'm not saying they're going to lose just yet, but it's close. But I think second set, I think the other girl's got to try and get a little bit more engaged in the match here.
So still game points remaining, but well done to the tie pair. They've extended this a little bit further.
Good shot, great shot.
Oh, very well done. They're getting the rhythm now, the Thai girls.
That's actually a little unlucky there, because you can see that they were trying to isolate the wheelchair one player on the Japanese
Serena,
team.
yeah.
They're starting to flicker pretty much every time to put her at the back. So if they continue this now at the start of the second set, you know, we should see a much closer match in this the second one.
Yeah, as we were saying, the Thai girls just needed to try and... It took too long a little bit for them to work out what their strategy was.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the tactic is that they need to try and sort of pin the wheelchair one player on the other side, and maybe they're just allowing the lesser impaired player get too involved on there. So, you know, we'll see what they can do at the start of this second set. But, you know, if their coaches are telling them that, the Japanese coaches will also know that they'll be telling them that. So
we're just seeing here some sequences from the first game and the close-up corner angle. Able to see the movement in the chair, and then particularly now on the side court. Wonderful stuff there, the real movement and depth of the wheelchair.
Yeah, and it's from the side angle especially, you can see the range from behind them and then right to the front, and you would be able to see, you know, the ones with slightly more core strength are able to do that a lot easier. But yeah, it's great from the side because you really get a good idea about the physicality of the movement of the chair.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
Yeah,
and it's wonderful for the fans at home being able to see these new angles and how we're showcasing the sport and the agility, the movement, the strength of all the players.
Absolutely. I mean, the more angles we see on these, especially the wheelchair, because it does give you a much better perspective of the size of the court and the actual range of movement they have to go through.
Beginning of game two. Lots to do for the Thai girls to stay in it, but they showed some promising signs at the end of the first game. But the Japanese, they are the gold medalists from Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games in the women's doubles. So they are the overall favourites. But well done there from the take from Wetwitan again.
It is interesting even from the Japanese side, because Wetwitan is the wheelchair 2 player,
Yes.
the less impaired, but they seem to be playing more on her, which would not normally be the tactic you'd expect here.
No,
But she's playing the bulk of the shots, which is interesting from the Japanese players' perspective. But who can complain? It's working.
yeah. Well, the wheelchair 2 in Wetwitan, she's having some success with some strokes, but she's not as high in the singles rankings, whereas Ukam is one of the best wheelchair 1, and she was in the final. So maybe it's an observation and strategy from the Japanese that just played to the less consistent player, perhaps.
Could be, absolutely. But here again, they're singling out the wheelchair 2 player, which again would not be the usual tactic you do there. But in fact, it's quite incredible, the wheelchair 1 player. Who comes? I mean, she's playing like maybe one stroke per round.
But it is, as you say, highly unusual that it's the wheelchair 1 who's only playing the one stroke
That's right. Yeah.
a rally.
It's clearly a tactic that they decided to play. However, if she starts to be a little bit more consistent.
No, so 3-all. The Thais have started well this game.
That's good play. There we see again that initial first clear down the middle of the court, bring the 2 players together and then using the shot out wide once the gap appears. Yeah, we're starting to settle down a little bit more in the second set, I would say. And
your observation earlier was that they were a little bit nervous, and as we've seen from they haven't been in a final for.
Indeed, yes.
Well, obviously they won Canada last month. It was Canada in June, the Thai girls, but they haven't faced the Japanese since 2019. So maybe that's where the nerves came from.
Yeah.
Oh, well done. She's got her confidence now.
And yeah, she is playing the bulk of the shots, but what she's not doing is trying to go for the winner too early. She's still trying to get a good depth on a clear, and then again keep forcing the Japanese pair back, and then able to play that nice shot to the front of the court.
I think this will force the Japanese girls to reconsider their strategy.
And maybe it is quite surprising how few shots Puka has actually played in the match, really. Good shot. Well done. Maybe from Puka what we're getting was we're just getting quality, not quantity, which is great. So it's unlucky. She is playing much better now. Definitely playing a lot better in the second set, and hence why the scores they're up by 2. So.
Much better start from the Thai girls here. Hopefully they can continue, build that momentum. could also be a case of the other three girls, they played their singles this morning, whereas Wetwitan didn't play.
Okay.
So she's the fresh person on the court. Maybe it just took a simple case, taking a while to warm up.
I mean, you're absolutely right. It's his first game today, and she's definitely in the match now for sure. She's a bit unlucky there, I have to say, but not making any simple mistakes. Just playing the basics well. Good depth on her clear. You can see from the side angle that it's forcing the Japanese pair further to the back.
Oh,
that's great play.
Lovely.
I mean, she has gone up another level in the second set, and still very surprising that the Japanese pair seem to be picking her out and forcing her to the back. But as you said, because her level's gone up a bit here, they might be forced to change that tactic slightly.
well, it's a very important match for the Thai pair. Again, they've only played this one match, one tournament this season so far, which they won, so really helped their race to Paris rankings. But another victory here, or of course making the finals, will help as well. But if they've played limited matches so far in the rankings window, every tournament, every match, every victory counts.
Oh, absolutely, yes. She's certainly playing much better in the second set. You know, no errors, really good depth on the clear, using the front of the court then.
Oh, a bit of luck there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sounded a bit framey, but it just snuck in, and Thais take the lead 11-8 into the interval.
I mean, that's good to see that. You know, they've had the chat at the end of the first game, and whatever's been said has definitely worked, and you can see that they're growing in confidence now. So, yes, so again, be interesting to see what the Japanese. I was just seeing if the Japanese coach was on there, but yes, they are. So I'm just trying to think what they'd be saying now.
Yeah.
Whether we'll finally see them playing more shots towards.
Well, we might now see that change in tactic. And that's the role of the coach, to make the observations and to make that change. Sometimes the players can't always see that while they're in the zone.
That's right. I think the trend has been as well that they're flick serving all the time. Whether we'll see this again now.
Wow.
It's a different team now, isn't it? This end, different team totally. You got the tactics right, making sure they're hitting good length, and then the gap at the front of the court. She's played 3 or 4 good drops already.
I guess the coach might have said, let's hit the reset button. Here's our new tactic. Fresh start. It's impressive though that they have the ability to come back like that.
Yeah, absolutely. She is playing well. You can see she's a little bit more confident now.
Yep.
And yeah, still again surprised that the Japanese pair are just playing everything back to her, which is quite surprising.
Oh, trying to go for that sharp angle. So as the wheelchair one player, Pukam's case, it's a very good player, but the shuttle's not coming your way. What do you do?
It's quite funny. If you watch the chairs, what generally happens is they'll kind of shadow each other a little bit. So if they're playing on their partner, she'll just keep watch, and just always try and keep movement, because as we know in the chair, if you're dead stop and then you try and generate power to go, so they'll always try and keep a little bit of a roll back and forth. But I think the one thing, before I said, the one thing I was going to say is that Pukum's quality of shot is really good. She's not hitting that many, but when she does, she's hitting a quality shot.
Until that one.
Yes.
Always the case, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. 13-10. Thai team still has an advantage. Just in.
Yeah, it's a little unlucky, because again the first 2 or 3 clears she got them right down the middle, forcing the Japanese pair right back, and it's just a shame that last one was a bit short.
Oh.
See, that was interesting in that rally, but then they now started to play on Pukum.
Yes.
Every shot went through it, so maybe
They've already made that adjustment.
Yeah.
So now it's back 13-12. So a few consecutive points for Japan here.
Well, back to the usual tactic.
Now, playing down the middle.
Yeah.
And like in the men's double with Korea, you had a right hand, left hand combination. You've got the same here with Thailand, where you've got Pukum right-handed, Wetwitan left-handed. So the middle, well, that's long, but the middle channel is covered quite well for the Thai team.
Again, good tactic again. The shot down the middle just not quite executed properly, but definitely the Thai pairs has come back into this game. And
so a reminder, the Thai team, Pukum and Wetwitan, they're bronze medalists from the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And of course, Serena Satomi and Uma Yamazaki, they're the gold medalists. So lots of class on display here. We were talking to James before that Team China are not here this week.
no.
And China very strong in the wheelchair categories and in the doubles.
It's again, like we were saying before, it's a very competitive class, all the wheelchair, and again you put China back in the mix, and again the level goes up again.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's we're seeing some good stuff here. I just wonder in Tokyo if they played each other in the semi-final. I don't know if that was. Because again, as well, to get it, they would have had to play a bronze medal match as well, wouldn't they?
Yes. Yeah. Just finding that out for you, Lyndon.
Thank you.
Digging it out. It's 16-13 at the moment. The Japanese are now back in front, so they've overturned that advantage that the Thais had established at the start of the second game.
Missed opportunity there for the Thai pair.
Yes, you are correct. The Thais played the Japanese in the semi-final at the Tokyo Paralympics, and that was 2-0. Straight games. That was that was close.
Just a few mistakes now, and Japanese pair have just made that 3 or 4 point lead now.
So 18-13. The Japanese back in control. Surging towards another title in the women's doubles this year.
Great rally this.
Fantastic. Oh, yes, she made it.
Finish to that rally.
Wetwitan, beautiful play on her forehand.
I'd love to have seen that from the side angle, to see again the range of movement from. Here we go.
great movement. Oh, wonderful from Yuma.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have followed the Japanese tactics, but clearly, what do I know?
Well, they knew what you were doing. What does a coach like yourself know, eh?
What do I know?
So I got match points here, 2014. And that's it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So
Looks like it
Japan,
might have been a little bit closer in the second set, but yeah, Japanese a little bit too strong, I think.
so Japan, they clean sweep the women's wheelchair matches today, taking both the singles and then the doubles. 21-14 in that second game. Very impressive. They continue the dominant run during the qualification period, but good to have the Thai ladies pick up another strong result and improve their position within the classification. Lyndon, pleasure to have you join us
My pleasure, Lloyd. Thank you.
another match. Very insightful comments, and we'll hopefully do this once again.
I hope so too. Cheers.
Thanks
Lloyd.
for joining us,
Thank
Lyndon.
you.
Cheers. So we've got one final match remaining here in Sheffield. It's the mixed doubles, and they will be on court shortly. And then we have the presentations. Everyone's still in the hall here. It's been a wonderful conclusion to a fantastic week. So thanks for joining us, and the next commentators will be on shortly for the final match.
This is the Four Nations Para Badminton International. It's the last of our finals today. Heading on to quarter-final. Richards, service judge. It's the mixed doubles. It's one WF2 final. The number one seed is
So we're here for our last final mixed doubles. We've got Korea's Choi Jungman going for the treble today, up against the Peruvian and Italian combination. And passing over to my co-commentator Bobby Griffin, who will take you through the remainder of this match. And jumping into my place is Katie Hall, who will be with you shortly.
Fantastic weekend in Sheffield. Medal ceremonies will follow this last final.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching to our final of the day here on a wheelchair court. Four Nations Para Badminton 2023 here in Sheffield, England. I'm Bobby Griffin, just taking over from Lloyd Green for this last one. Big thank you to Lloyd for all his hard work today. Pleased to have Katie Hall back in the commentary box as well, so welcome back, Katie. The big story here has to be Choi Young-man, the Korean, going for his third gold of the day. What an incredible achievement just to make this final.
Yeah, three golds potentially, you know, in one day, 3 finals, and you know, a full week's worth of tournament. It's incredible. It's really, really good. He's a very talented player, and you know, has a CV to back up the reason why he's in these finals.
So we're looking at the wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2 mixed doubles, typically made up of a player from each of those 2 sports classes. You can have 2 wheelchair 1 players playing together. Typically there's a wheelchair 1 and a wheelchair 2. They've got impairments to limbs and trunk function, and wheelchair 2's typically an impairment to one or both limbs and minimal or even no impairment to trunk function, of course. So a great start already for Choi and Lee, his partner Lee Sun-ae. Their opponents today, a mixed combination from countries, Yuri Ferrigno and Pilar. So a really tough challenge really today for Yuri Ferrigno and Pilar Yaragui, the Peruvian.
They're there's just so much skill in the Koreans, and they're a very experienced pair. And I know the Italian and Peruvian combination of Pilar and Yuri have played a few tournaments together now and tend to get to the final stages of the events, and hopefully they can put up a good fight against the Korean pair today.
Well, they're a world #1 pair at the moment, Frigno and Yaragui, which is surprising to me, but I think, again, like you say, that the Koreans haven't played as many tournaments. They've played 2 less, in fact. They've played 5 together in this particular qualifying period for the rankings. But what's interesting is the world #1 pair, the combination of Italian and Peruvian, are actually 3-0 down in that head-to-head. In fact, they've never taken a game off this Korean pair, so it's a big challenge for them. And as you can see by the early scoreline, 11-0 at the break.
Yeah, I think the Peruvian-Italian pair, they have the pressure of being #1 in the world, but they don't have the pressure of qualifying for Paris. They can't play together. They won't qualify to play together because they're from 2 different countries. And I think with these types of matches, they've not beaten the Koreans yet, and they just have to go on it and play and relax and try and get some good rallies, create some spaces and opportunities to attack against them, and try and if they can take a game, if they can win, then great. But I think at the moment they look a bit nervous, and the Koreans seem to be just stepping in and really putting the pressure on from the start.
She's so strong, Lisa Nee. And there's really no weakness in this Korean pair. That's a great shot from Pilar.
Already, 1 point into the second half of the game, and the Pilar and Yuri, they're doing a lot better. They've in the rallies. That was a particularly long rally. They're trying to move the Korean players around the court, and it's made a difference.
I like the use of middle in that previous rally, the 1 point that Frigno and Yaragui won. As Choi decided that was the time to rotate and try and take some of the defensive shots off Lee, but left a big gap for his partner.
Yeah, and there's always the development of wheelchair para badminton over the years is another one, as we've said earlier, that's really come on in terms of how they move and how they move around each other and support each other. Typically, you wouldn't see rotation like 5-6 years ago. You wouldn't see the players covering each other. Yeah, they would cover the middle, and but there wouldn't be so much rotation that you would see in a typical game of either able-bodied or standing para badminton. But we're seeing it a lot more now, and we're seeing, the last final, the Japanese pair were so quick at the rotation, and it's starting to become an integral part of wheelchair.
Yeah, absolutely, and that last rally was a good indication of Choi again trying to cover for his partner and left a big space over the top, and Frigno found it. That's come up a bit short from Pilar, immediately under pressure. Yeah, good shot. Again, that use of the middle. Dragging one wide and then exposing the middle. It's clever. Here you go on the replay. Pilar deep in the forehand corner. Left an opening. So much experience in the Korean team. Easy to find that opening as well.
Lovely shot.
Great return of serve, wasn't it? Yeah.
Cross court slice. I don't think he was expecting that. Probably more likely expecting a clear, not quite looking for that cross, but it was a quality cross-court slice.
Well, that's fascinating, just looking at the rankings currently. Frino.
Good length. Pushing the shuttle into the rear overhead corner of Lee and hitting that back line.
They've actually taken a spot in so many finals, including the World Championships last year. And yet they were 11 love down at the start.
Very good rally. You just open up the space.
Look at Choi, how much court he's covering. Worried about the defence of his partner.
This is a great rally. Oh,
Brilliant.
Beautiful shot. Really well played. Great rally. Probably one of the longest rallies of the game, and Pilar just finishes it off with a really nice cross-court cut there. Choi working really hard to try and cover his partner and leaving that little bit of a gap.
That's the gamble, isn't it? He's trying to help his partner, but he's leaving space at the same time.
Another good shot trying to open up some space. Another really good rally. Oh, unlucky. Just didn't quite come off on that cross court there, but a really good rally. The Pilar really putting the Koreans under some pressure there, and Choi's having to move a lot and try and cover Lee, and it's opening up spaces for Italian Peruvian pair. Good length.
Well, it really looks like the best two pairs in the world at the moment. In terms of the rankings, the Koreans have made the last 7 finals in a row. In fact, 10 out of 11 tournaments they've made the final. Just once they've dropped the semi-final at Thailand last year. And world champions as well.
It's a nice goal.
Long day.
Yeah, nice shot from Pilar. Again, Choi's coming very far back to cover Lee and just opening up that space, and Pilar's seen that and just hitting a nice cross court push into that area and
Yeah, doesn't
leaving
panic,
themselves.
does she?
No.
And that, exactly, I see what you're saying. They're leaving themselves exposed by the fact that he's trying to cover too much of the court. You'd think he'd be tired after a men's doubles title, and he took the men's singles title earlier.
Must be used to it by now.
I'd be asking for my partner to cover for me.
Yeah.
Look at his position. I just want.
Just trying to anticipate covering that cross court that both Pilar and Yuri have hit some wonderful cross court slices and drops, and he's trying to anticipate that now. He's trying not to get caught out. lovely. Again, a really, really well worked rally there by Pilar, putting pressure on Lee in the back, and Choi's trying to cover and trying to anticipate when she's going to play that drop shot in front of Lee when she's at the back. And actually, what he's doing is he's leaving just too much space, I think, on the one side.
Yeah, straight through the defence of Pilar. That's a nice shot. Brilliant. Well, since the interval, it's actually been 12-10 to Pilar and Yuri.
Yeah, and I don't know, the first half, I think the Koreans came out quite quick, and it's taken a while for Pilar and Yuri to really get into the game, but we've seen some really good, well-constructed rallies where they're moving Lee to the back of the court, forcing Choi to try and cover and opening up those spaces down the tram lines, and they've capitalised on it a few times. And a much better second half, and hopefully going into this second set, Pilar and Yuri can forget the first half. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. We'll blink and forget it, and just take the momentum that they've got from this second half into the second game.
Yeah, build on that. They've got a real chance here because, like you say, what's that, 13-11, the second half of that first game. A much more even contest, and Yuri and Pilar have a really good chance to get back into this. Choi's got to start tiring, surely, after all his exploits today. This is his third final. I mean, that's really, really impressive.
Yeah, and I think he's working hard here as well to make sure that he's got the whole court covered, and maybe just a little bit slower because he is tired, or trying to do too much so that they can try and finish a little bit quicker. But Yuri and Pilar are just giving it back and really moving the shuttle about the court, putting them under pressure.
A couple of highlights there. Return of serve from Yuri. He's got to be careful there. She's getting pinned quite a lot recently. It's typical when it's wheelchair 1, wheelchair 2. But actually, she's the... is she a wheelchair 2? She might be a wheelchair 1 as well, but I think she's a wheelchair 2 women's singles player, I'm pretty sure.
It's really interesting dynamics when you watch, and even in the standing with mixed doubles, because stereotypically, able-bodied badminton, the male is going to be the stronger of the pairs. Yeah, that's generally what happens. The stronger of the pair. But when it comes to wheelchair and standing, that's not always necessarily the case, because the wheelchair 1 athletes, yes, they might be male and physically stronger in the upper body. They may have larger limitations to their movement, and actually the females could be arguably stronger because they can move and have more range of movement in their trunk.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that Choi is a very able, if you like, the top of the physical scale of the wheelchair 1 category, because he's not getting pinned. It's Lee Sun A that's getting all the focus, and they're trying to force an opening on the Korean female.
Oh,
racket's gone. There's a clash. Yuri's on his own. That was tremendous. And again, the Koreans survived well, and is using that middle just to get themselves out of trouble. And the clash of rackets here in a moment from these two. It's pretty difficult, I would argue. There you go, there's the racket gone. Pretty difficult to play the rest of the rally without a racket.
It's pretty impossible. Yeah, nice return, good touch.
Previous rally here, that racket flying out of her hands, it's flown to her left. She's desperately trying to find it. She can't even see where it's gone to start with.
push Pilar out of position, get a good length into that back box.
Jono's in it. So 3-all goes to 4-3 as expected. A much more competitive start to this second game following that comeback from Yuri.
Pilar just trying to get the shuttle back in behind Lee and get Choi moving again, create some space. Much better scoreline. This one though, start of this set, first set at this point, it was 4-love to the Korean pair.
Yeah, serve's going wide. Starting to feel the pressure, I would say, the Koreans.
Yeah, I think the second half probably scared them a little bit, I think. That's wide. Again, really just trying to push Lee right into that corner and get her out of position, get Choi moving, open up space. They've done it really successfully in the second half of the last game, and 5-all here, pretty successful again.
Punch clear from Pilar enough to cause problems for Lee. It's on the line.
You work so hard off of, in any doubles event, you know, your partner, when you're not on the shuttle, needs to work hard. You can't just sit still or stand still. You have to continue to move. If not, you're going to get caught off, and the longer these rallies go, the more tired I think Choi's going to be, and the harder it's going to be for him to take control of the rallies.
Oh, what a serve. An ace from Choi Jung-man. Really difficult for Pilar.
It's a great serve.
Great serve out wide, yeah.
Good attacking play there from Lee.
Not as strong when it's flat and fast at Pilar, is she?
No.
She's leaked a few errors.
Oh, good smash from Pilar there.
Yeah, well played, well spotted. Yeah. Choi again trying to take some of the pressure away from his partner.
And you can see you're just trying to be super patient between him and Pilar and getting that length. It's really important that they get the length against Lee to make Choi move in, and Pilar spotted it straight away. She saw him moving, big empty space, straight in front of her. The point's theirs. Yeah, much better first half from this pair.
Yeah, with that shot coming up short, Yuri and Pilar really asserted themselves back in this match. Terrible start to the opener from them, but they've recovered really well since. 11-8 now, they lead, despite falling a game behind.
Just short. Really good return of serve there from Choi. He's trying to move Pilar out of position and stop them getting into a point where they can just execute their tactics of pushing Lee to the back and opening up the spaces. Short again.
It's even more important, I think, than in other para badminton sport classes and even the able-bodied game, that sort of deceptive or quality of serve. In wheelchair, you've got to move the chair before you can get your arms in position to play a shot.
Yeah.
So if you can sort of be deceptive with the serve, either with the flick or the drive or out wide, it can be so effective. You get some really short, sharp points, some cheap points.
Yeah, it's a good way to get early advantage. Couple of shots from Pilar and Yuri just falling short, bringing them back up to 11-all and now 12-11. And what they don't want is for this to happen, you know, having a 3-point lead and giving away like cheap points. They would ideally want to be a few points ahead, I think, now, and the Korean pair have caught up with cheap points.
That's a great shots. Really good use of the middle.
I think that's Lee definitely took advantage there of being in a good position. Instead of just clearing straight back to whoever's hit it to her, she's used the middle and trying to get herself out of this pattern of being pushed and pushed and pushed to the back of the court, and Choi having to look to cover. And what she's trying to do now is change what she's hitting from the rear, so she's not getting pinned and not letting the Peruvian and Italian pair like take advantage of that.
It's well played, good judgment. I think the Koreans' best chance of taking this match is in this second game. Straight games win. I think if it goes to 3, this Italian-Peruvian pair are getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, well played. Good rally, good defence off of Pilar there. And yeah, the Koreans, they want to take as many of these points as they can and get some advantage. I think third set might be a bit much for Choi. Yeah, well played. Choi setting up with a wide shot into the tram lines, setting up, putting Yuri in difficult position, and Lee taking advantage of that, hitting up the middle. Great clear up the middle again, well defended. Oh, great rally, well defended from Pilar there.
Such a good turnaround, isn't it?
Yeah, when you think of that first half of the first set, it's a completely different game. Cheap serve in the net. You can see she was trying to go a little bit faster, trying to put Choi right in the back, but just snapped that a little bit too quickly to the net.
I'm not sure I'd like to be the service judge. I've been watching how fast some of these players are dragged off court into that area, or when they go over to get a new shuttle, and they're travelling at such speed. You know, and they're so skilled in their chairs, they just spin round or immediately apply the brakes. But
yeah, kind of in the danger zone.
Yeah. Badminton combined with wheelchair rugby, I think that.
Yeah.
Be an interesting sport. 19-15.
Nice push there from Lee. It's not impossible that the Koreans will come back and could still take this set, but I think the momentum that Pilar and Yuri have, hopefully they can, keep that going and push through the second set.
Oh, it was a miss hit. It came off the frame.
I don't know if anyone was expecting that.
I don't think she was expecting that. She laughs to herself. She got a bit lucky. I always say you pay for the frame,
Pay for the whole racket.
Why don't
Why
you
not use it?
Yeah. It's going wide. Yeah.
Just one more point. That's all they need.
Well, here's that miss hit earlier that came off as a clean winner. All smiles from Pilar. Bit of luck, she'll take it every time. There's Choi getting one right.
Yeah, good wide shot there.
Really good shot. Well, it's not over yet. Inching back into this, 18-20. All the pressure on Gleason A's serve now.
Again, this is a point where Pilar and Yuri, they just need to not panic, to just settle into what's been working and not try and hit winners too early, and just believe that what they've been doing is right and that they can win this next point and take them into the third set.
Yeah, it's good from
Yeah,
Choi.
well
He's left a big space though. He can't. Oh, he's gone short. I thought he looked a bit casual. Difficult from this angle. But he knew all the way it was falling short.
It was really well played, pulling Pilar out of position and just popping up over her head.
Still game point. Yeah, sorry, Katie.
Oh, sorry. Oh!
Well, Yuri Frigno finds a winner. Return of serve into the trams. And the Italian-Peruvian combination, the force to decider.
Yeah, we wouldn't have guessed this at, you know, first interval in the first game.
Dangerous flick serve, wasn't it? I mean, you've been fighting back. It's game point. I would have kept it safe there and just used the middle.
That was a lovely shot from Yuri.
It was.
Really nice. And the tram lines, just past the service line.
One game all, Yuri and Pilar on the comeback. So we're back underway in a second. Game 3, the decider. 11-love down they were, Pilar and Yuri. The Italian-Peruvian combination in game 1. Terrific comeback from them, and they've been looking the stronger of the two pairs since that mid-game interval in the first.
Yeah, I think, don't know if the Italian coach came on and kind of snapped them into action, or they just seem to change, come out a different pair, and it's that's a great shot. Love the cross-court cut into the tram lines from Pilar. But yeah, you can see that they've got the momentum now coming into this third set, and I think Troy must be tired. He's played so much badminton.
Yeah, terrific day for him. 2 golds already in the WH1 men's singles and the wheelchair 1-2 men's doubles earlier as well. Good court coverage. What rotation that was.
Yeah, that was great. And you'd think with the 2 Korean players almost clashing at the back there that Yuri's cross-court drop would have been a winner, but Lee just anticipated it. She knew that's where the gap was. She knew that the likelihood of him hitting it there was you know, very high, and she just went for it, took the chance, and it paid off.
So third game decided. Will change ends at 11 halfway through this game. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference, the change of ends. We see it in some arenas when there's drift involved, but unless they were to sort of, I don't know, elevate the court one side so you could, one pair's playing uphill for one game and downhill for the next, that might be an interesting
It could be interesting. It could be a very interesting way of playing badminton. Not sure if we're quite ready for too many dramatic changes. Add a drift into that too, and it could be very interesting. But this hall, I think we spoke about it earlier, it seems to be pretty even, not too much of a drift. Both sides seem to, you know, equal flying of both sides of the shuttle. Don't quite know what the right word is there for that.
No, they've done a great job here in Sheffield. The EIS has been great. The hosts, Badminton England, for this one have been fantastic as well, so really setting a precedent. It's a great serve. how about this ace from Yuri Firmino?
Nice flat up the middle.
Straight in the corner.
That's really well played up the middle of the court, getting both Pilar and Yuri out of position, and then just opening up the front of the court for a nice drop shot.
Oh, what a pick-up. Well, you were talking about it earlier. There's that sort of emphasis on mixed doubles where the female player typically is the one that's getting a lot more shots and, you know, pushed back into courts up. But when you're a wheelchair too, like Pilar, she can handle that.
Yeah, she's a very strong player, very strong player. I think world champion last year. Very strong wheelchair too. That's what makes it quite interesting, is, you know, having to work out, is the female the weaker player, is the wheelchair one, what's the best tactics, you know, and Pilar's doing a great job here. Just short.
So 7-5 the scoreline. Pilar and Yuri take the lead, and they've been behind since that awful start they had at the beginning. 1 game all now. The first time they've held this lead. Yeah, well played. That's where Lee's strong.
Great shot, Pilar.
It is. That's exactly what I was going to say. She's not world number 1 in the women's singles for no reason, is she?
Troy working hard again, just trying to cover Lee, and she's holding her own here. Really nice shot again from Pilar, bringing Lee out into the left-hand corner, making her a little bit out of position and just putting the shuttle onto their right-hand side and towards the middle of the court. Troy's doing his best to try and cover, but he's not quite getting the opportunity to support her just yet. Oh, great pick up. Great pick up.
Yeah, that's superb.
Bit of a frame, but a great pick up all the same.
It's difficult, isn't it? You're so outstretched. Anything on the shuttle will do.
That's a great shot. I've seen him just outstretched as far as he can in the recovery, the speed of him reaching out, getting the shuttle and having to recover back to the kind of upright position. You can just see how fast these athletes are at doing that.
Yeah, good pressure applied from Pilar.
That's good.
Left a big space open, and Yuri can't find it.
The right idea. He worked really well there to just get them so out of possession and open up that space. And
didn't need to be that hard, did it?
No.
Anything into that gap.
It's so tempting though, when you're that
So
close.
tempting.
It's so tempting just to hit it hard and get the smash in, but might not have necessarily been needed there.
She's so strong as well, Pilar.
Oh, unlucky.
Yuri's gone wide. I don't think he knows it just yet. He celebrated in hope more than knowledge.
That's definitely wide.
Yeah. Oh, it's short. So deceptive. That drop shot from Choi, the left-hander. Well, they're going for these shots, all four of them now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why.
I don't know. Yeah,
They
I
don't
think
need to.
They've been doing such a good job of building up the rally, and it's maybe not the right time to be playing that shot just yet. But I don't know if the pressure of being up 10 points is, you know, the next point takes them to the break, gives them a good advantage. So maybe just trying to finish it a little bit quicker than maybe necessary.
That's
Nice
brilliant.
shot. That's really good. Again, just catching Choi out of position. He's trying to cover so much of the court, and he's leaving himself open for these gaps.
I don't think he needs to. I think the amount of points he's played a positive impact and kept them in the rally versus the amount of points where he's left a gap and Pilar and Yuri have exploited it. I think it'd go in the favour of the Italian Peruvians.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think Choi's maybe taking one too many risks with that movement, that rotation. 11-10, still not much between them. So it's the last change of ends we'll witness here at the Four Nations Para Badminton International in Sheffield this year in England. Last game on court and the last time
Clear up the middle.
we'll see these Para... Oh, what a save! Brilliant!
I wasn't expecting that defensive shot from Yuri there. Like, but good on him for getting that back.
Just pure reactions, wasn't it?
Like I said earlier, it's a bit of a hit and hope sometimes. The shuttle's coming at you that fast.
See, there's Lee Sun-hee just coping with that movement pressure. I don't think Choi has to cover us as much as he believes he does.
Lovely.
Okay, that was just brilliant.
But yeah, really good.
I don't think perhaps he's covering his weakness of his partner. I think it's the quality he's worried about of Yuri, in particular Pilar. Well, Yuri Frigner this time trying to help. Perhaps got caught out.
They're just consistently getting that length, and I think that's what you were saying. Choi's kind of is worried about the degradation of the shots that Lee's playing. So every time Pilar puts her to the back, Lee's clears are just getting a little bit shorter, a little bit higher, and he's trying to find a time where he can come in and hit a bit of power and get them out of trouble.
Yeah. And it's not easy for Pilar either to maintain that quality.
Yeah, she's also been in a final today, you know, so she's got...
She has.
Also, she's probably a little bit tired from that. Easy mistakes here.
I think we might see that women's singles wheelchair 2 ranking, the top 2 in the world, swap places after this week. I'm pretty sure Yamazaki is the number 2 in the world and Pilar was number 1. But I think their ranking points are quite close. We'll find out next week when the BWF update them.
I think Pilar left that thinking it was going out. Both line judge and umpire agree. Hit the line.
Well, this is about as evenly poised as I think you could hope for. 4-point lead for the Koreans. But in my mind, it's Yuri and Pilar that are the stronger pair out there. That's well played. Not sure why they're targeting Pilar so much. She's the best player on court.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it comes back to this idea, obviously, that the men typically are a little bit stronger, I would think. But I think also trying to push her out of position and make Yuri try and cover her and opening up that space, because he's a little bit, you know, arguably a little bit slower in the chair. He's got less range of movement. So what they're trying to do, I think, is get her as far back as they can, open up the space in front of her, force him to try and cover and open up that space, kind of similar to what they're doing to the Koreans at the moment. And because he's the weaker one, physically, in terms of being a lower class.
What a shot!
His movement might not get him there, you know.
Yeah.
He's trying to find a couple of options for winning points.
There's a good indicator for that when you look at court. If you haven't seen a lot of wheelchair badminton before, the back of the chair, how much James Farmer, I would hope, earlier, commentating on this court, may have mentioned it. You can see Yuri's back of his chair is a lot higher than Pilar's, which means she can lean back a lot further, and she can do that because she's got core strength.
Yeah.
Whereas Yuri's disability doesn't allow him to lean back because he hasn't got any core strength, so he needs the back support to keep him upright.
It just means the range of movement for wheelchair 2 athletes tend to find, you'll see they have virtually no back on their chair, because they can get some real good advantage from the range and the stretch from their core.
Oh, she could have gone straight there, it was open. Targeting Lee Sunny instead. Oh, brilliant from Pilar.
Oh, that's great. That's really good. Such good badminton. Bit of a miss hit in the middle, but overall, really, again, just working the shuttle around the court and opening up those spaces and taking those opportunities, and not kind of the end of the second set. They started to rush a little bit, and they're settling down again and taking their time to create those opportunities.
Well, let's see what that hand gesture meant from the serve. Yuri Ferrigno.
Nice, well done Pilar again. Bit of a miss hit from Lee, and Pilar's come forward. She's seen Choi moving forward and has just lifted it up over his head. He's just not in a position to try and get that.
Well, that's 6 straight points now for Yuri and Pilar. From 16-12 down. It was evenly poised. And they're really coming strong now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the momentum of winning 7 points in a row. It really, it's in their favour to go all the way with this. I think they've got the momentum. They've been playing really good badminton, and yeah, I think
it's going wide from Ferrigno.
really crucial that both pairs don't try and rush anything here and just take their time and not try and finish points too early, because that's where the mistakes will come in. It's too close and too late in the game for that, I think.
Oh, there's Choi leaving a big gap, but they go at Lee instead. Interesting tactics, but it's paying off. So championship points. She's gone wide. Pilar's left it. Yuri Frigno comes over to celebrate with his partner. Top pair in the world, and that's the reason why at the beginning of the match I couldn't believe they were the top pair in the world after that disaster of a start, 11-love down.
I think everyone blinked that first half and just, oh, it's gone, it's over, and yeah, they've done a really good job to come back from that, because that's a difficult position to be 11-love down and then be able to come back from that, and they've produced a really good performance today. Tactically very strong, created lots of really good opportunities, exposed Choi and Lee, and it exposed all that side that Choi was just trying to cover Lee too much, I think, in the game, and left themselves open, but they played really, really well, some really, really good badminton, and I think all the Pan Am's here cheering them on, which is great.
And what about Choi? I mean, third final of the day, 2 golds already in his pocket, not literally of course, but fighting for a third. They've spoilt his dreams, but what a performance from him.
Yeah, really incredible job by Choi today, and I'm sure he'll go home and think, oh, yeah, I wish it was 3 golds, but he's coming away with 2 golds and a silver, and you can't fault what an athlete he is, and to get to these stages consistently at this level is just, yeah, well done to him.
Well, that's our last final of the day on the last court. Now we've got matches going. Katie, a last word for this tournament and what you've witnessed.
I've had a great day. I've had a great day watching some really incredible badminton. The level is just what you love to see in, and to have local fans here and local players like competing at the highest level, and yeah, it's been a great day.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here. Badminton England put on a great event. The Four Nations in Sheffield this year has been tremendous, and we'll see it again next year in Scotland. But that's it from us in terms of matches. Don't go anywhere though. You can see your favourite players, these finalists and the semi-finalists yesterday, up to collect their medals in the medal ceremony. We're leaving from the commentary position, but you'll see all of that if you stay on the stream, so stay with us. But for myself, Bobby Griffin and Katie Hall and all of us here in Sheffield, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you again next time.
Well, that concludes the action today. It's been incredible. It's 19 amazing finals at the Four Nations Para Badminton International here in Sheffield. Been brilliant entertainment, great action, and some great camaraderie and some great rivalry. We'll have the presentations in just a few moments, but let's have a word with Para Badminton GB head coach Richard Morris, along with Dan Bethel and Rachel John, England and Great Britain players. Give us your thoughts and some of what it's been like this week, having the Four Nations Para Badminton Championships here in Sheffield.
I think having all the best players in the world in the para badminton is a dream come true. I think having the programme here in Sheffield where I'm from was always a positive, but to get everybody else here and have all our friends and family in the World Championships is
It must genuinely be very special that this is a real world. support can actually sometimes make new friends. How as a coach do you get the players to embrace that?
I think practice is just getting used to having around and having a walk around and then
getting there as an athlete, and that's number one priority for me right now. So yeah, that's what I'm aiming for.
Give us an idea of how strong the Paralympics badminton GB group is as a group of players right now.
Oh, we're so close, and we always have been. I haven't been on the programme since it started. I've only been on it 18 months, but everyone's embraced me as one of their own. We are like a family, and it's just lovely, and we want that family to grow as well. So it's just really exciting, and we're just that close, and we all take the mick out of each other. No one's above it, and it's just a lovely environment to be part of. So it's great when you get to see those people day in, day out, and work hard with them, and we're always in it together.
The thing that always impresses me about para badminton, or badminton per se, but para badminton particularly, is not just the team aspect of it, Dan, but also the camaraderie with your competitors too.
Yeah, it's amazing. We see each other week in, week out now. It's such a busy tournament in Canada, so we travel with these guys all over the world competing, so there's a lot of just mutual respect for what everyone does. Everyone's playing at such a high level, so you can't not have that respect. So yeah, it's brilliant to see everyone together, and yeah, it's been really good.
Well, it really is great to see that backstage and indeed on the court as well. And just finally, thoughts then for Paris and the group of players you've got, and what sort of position are we in, Richard?
A strong one at the moment. I feel like
that was a confident little wink of your eye there.
I won't go too far, but yeah, we've had a really good week with the gold and 2 silvers and a bronze here. Level 1, we've got Euros on Saturday, we go to Rotterdam next week, and then a couple more tournaments for the Worlds in February next year in Thailand. But we're performing and progressing at a rate that I'm happy with, and we'll have a good night.
I'm sure you will. I don't doubt that for a minute. Let's hear it for Rachel Chong, Daniel Bethel and Richard Morris, our players and Paralympic coach. The presentations will follow in just a moment. then this is the Four Nations Para Badminton International. It's the medal ceremony, and I'd like you please to welcome our presentation party. Put your hands together and welcome the Chief Executive of Badminton England, Sue Story, the Chair of the BWF Para Badminton Athlete Commission, Richard Perrault, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Sheffield, Managing Director of Rockets UK Limited, Taiji Suzuki, Head of Tournament Development at the Badminton World Federation, Phil Gillies, and Vice President of Badminton England, Derek Batchel. We have 21 events to present, the first of which is the women's singles SL4. Please welcome the medalists. From Indonesia, Kalimantus, Samia, and Liani Rashiri of Chile. And Manasi Joshi. Receiving bronze medals from India, Manisha Ramadas, and Japan's David Kamiyama. Bronze medals from Peru, Sudirman, Florence, and England's Rachel.